Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Now with these blessings which we have received from Guru Buddha Chenrezig, we can recite the actual prayer, which is the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. May all the diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher lead be slaughtered, body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, sounds of beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May all, whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, with the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as the plays inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. All embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and fulfilled. We recite one more last. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body in a mere instant, not occur in the realms. May all embodied beings be unharmed by chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify them, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of yod of death. May all embodied be harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and plagues. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Sangha, by the power of Dakinis Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we can imagine that Guru Buddha Shakyamuni is very pleased by our recitation of prayers. He takes the form of a sphere of golden light and comes to the crown of our head and slowly absorbs into us, becoming one with our body, speech, and mind. And here we can briefly meditate on emptiness, that there is no substantially existent I, and there is no substantially existent others. We are merely labeled on the collection of these aggregates. And now we can increase our merit for this prayer session by reciting the prayer from Bodhisattva Charyavatara by Master Shantideva. May all beings everywhere plagued by obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May all those who are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, and whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I to remain, to dispel the miseries of the world. And finally, we can recite the long life for our teachers. Gave kurve kam de penda deva malu jungve ne Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatsoi Jam gong ten zinkyo peve kunzo dopoze choksum kurve legmon tutupa daso tuje kondo shapten so janchu semshu rinpoche mache panam pegyoshe keva nyampa me paya gone gondo fevar sho geva di Nyududa lama sange drukyuni drova chikamalupa de sala goparjo. And we can do our own personal dedications also. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello.
Hello, Venerable.
Now is the French moment.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes. Have a good session. Bye.
Okay, see you next time, maybe. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, thank you very much.
Eh bien, bonsoir tout le monde.
Thank you.
Donc, nous voilà de nouveau réunis pour cette prière dont maintenant on a l'habitude. Donc, je commence à faire le partage d'écran. Si j'y arrive, je crois que non. Alors, est-ce que vous le voyez là?
Ben, on voit toi pointer sur un PDF.
Voilà, mais donc c'est donc.
Thangtong Gyalpo, oui.
Si tu cliques, c'est bon.
J'ai déjà cliqué, c'est pour ça.
Ah non, mais il ne se passe rien.
Non, mais il y a un fichier, hein, Word, Thangtong. On le voit.
Oui,
mais c'est tout, il a cliqué,
voilà.
il ne s'ouvre pas.
Voilà, mais voilà, ça va être bon là. Hein.
Voilà, c'est parfait.
Donc, et ben voilà, ça fait à peu près 1 an donc on fait cette pratique. Et bon, ben, la pandémie est toujours là, donc nous aussi. Hein. Lama Zopa, on a parlé dans la semaine sur Facebook. Il s'est réjoui que cette pratique continue, que les gens continuent, qu'on récite autant de manies, puisque une grosse partie de la pratique, c'est de réciter des manies pour Chenrezig. Donc voilà, et bien la pandémie étant toujours là, nous aussi, nous allons essayer de contrer cette énergie, ce karma négatif qui se propage un peu partout. On va essayer de le contrer à notre façon, par des prières, par nos bonnes intentions, par le fait de dédier tous les mérites à toutes les personnes qui sont dans la souffrance, que ce soit la souffrance de la maladie, la souffrance d'avoir perdu quelqu'un, la souffrance du fait que ça devient long pour beaucoup et que ça aussi, il y a peut-être une lassitude qui peut s'installer chez certains, voire peut-être de la déprime. Donc pour toutes ces personnes qui sont touchées d'une façon ou d'une autre, et même nous, sans doute, nous sommes touchés à notre manière, même si peut-être le Dharma nous aide quand même, je pense, à traverser ces moments difficiles, peut-être pas avec sérénité, mais avec moins d'angoisse que d'autres. Et en tout cas, c'est comme ça que je le ressens. Et donc, nous pouvons aussi nous réjouir de ça, que ces pratiques, elles aident un petit peu tout le monde, y compris nous-mêmes, à aller de l'avant dans cette existence en essayant de ne pas trop peut-être s'écarter de... Oui. Bon, c'est pas... s'écarter du chemin vertueux. Et donc, pour cette raison, avec toujours notre pure motivation, on va donc faire cette pratique de Thangtong Gyalpo grâce à la compassion infinie de Chenrezig que nous allons invoquer tout à l'heure. Et donc, on commence en générant vraiment la pensée altruiste la plus sincère par la méditation sur les 4 incommensurables. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puissent-ils demeurer ainsi? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils demeurent dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Voilà. Puisse-t-il les obtenir, puissais-je faire en sorte qu'il les obtienne. Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puisse-t-il en être libéré? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puisse-t-il ne jamais en être séparés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et maintenant, nous allons visualiser Chenrezig, puisque tout à l'heure nous allons l'invoquer par la prière. Et donc, on imagine au-dessus de notre tête et de celle de tous les êtres qui existent dans l'espace. Nous imaginons donc un lotus blanc et un disque de lune. Sur le disque de lune, il y a la lettre blanche Ri qui se transforme en Chenrezig. Chenrezig également est blanc, il est lumineux, il diffuse des rayons de 5 couleurs, son sourire est magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion, et de ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes, et les 2 autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Donc il est orné de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux, et le Bouddha Amitabha, le Bouddha de lumière infinie, couronne sa tête. Il est assis dans la posture adamantine, il a derrière lui une lune immaculée, et donc il est vraiment tel qu'il nous apparaît, il est l'essence de tous les refuges. Et donc je vais faire l'autre pratique. Est-ce que vous voyez la prière? Bon.
Non, juste l'image.
Juste. Oui, mais là, vous avez la prière. Là.
Voilà, là c'est bon.
Voilà. Et donc, on refait la courte motivation avant le refuge. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'ensemble des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et donc maintenant, nous allons faire un mala de mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Et maintenant, donc, nous pouvons réciter comme d'habitude la prière, donc en alternant une strophe et puis quelques malas et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Omani, pameo, 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 Omani Pemeo, 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 Omani Pemeo. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Omani Pemeo, 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 Omani Pemeo. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Omani Pemeo, 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 Omani Pemeo. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Omani Pemeo, 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 Omani Pemeo. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Omani Pemeo, 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 Omani Pemeo. Par la compassion des maîtres, des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puis dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucés. Omani Pemeo, 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 Omani Pemeo. Je pense que nous avons largement le temps de recommencer la prière encore une fois. puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Et je pense que nous avons le temps de la répéter encore une fois. Donc cette prière, nous nous adressons à Chenrezig, que nous faisons la prière, pour que tout cela s'arrête. Donc il n'y a pas, plus on en fait, mieux c'est. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui telle un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, c'est par le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspirer dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puisse le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Par la compassion des maîtres, des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puisse, dédicace ses prières, être pleinement exaucées. Et maintenant, on va faire la dédicace parce qu'il est l'heure. J'espère que vous l'avez à l'écran. Puisse le joyeux suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce au mérite de ses actions vertueuses, accumulées par ses actions vertueuses, puisse-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres, sans exception, à cet état d'éveil. Grâce au mérite des 3 temps accumulés par moi-même, le Bouddha, les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puisse les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté, les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent être immédiatement pacifiés. Et puisse la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puisse les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir créé par moi-même, au mérite des 3 temps accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas et les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissais-je, moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis aussi entièrement vide d'existence propre. Et la prière de longue vie. Gari la we ko we jin kan di pendan de wa maru ju we ne Chenrezig wa tenji gyatso di shape si te partout tengyu chi. Vous qui maintenant, à l'attitude du conquérant, soutenant, préservant, propageant l'enseignement de la Matsongkhapa, œuvrez comme le serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, ou qui êtes accompli par la force de vos excellentes aspirations, qui rendent hommage aux 3 rares et sublimes, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et voilà, c'est terminé. Now, la prochaine, the next.
Ciao, ciao Elio.
Ciao,
Ciao.
parliamo italiano.
Sì, infatti.
È più facile.
È più facile,
Va bene,
certo.
ti lascio il posto e ti saluto tutti i miei amici francesi. Au revoir tous les Français et see you la semaine prochaine.
Voilà.
Ciao, ciao.
Soon.
Au revoir, merci.
Have a nice day.
À
Have a nice Sunday.
bientôt.
Buongiorno. Bene, sono Agata del centro Chanchu Choling di Polava, un centro del nord Italia, che si chiama Chanchu Choling, appunto. Fondato da Geshe Totten 32 anni fa, sotto la guida del Dalai Lama. Bene, oggi abbiamo un'ora, cerchiamo di concentrarci sulla pratica più diretta, che è quella di riuscire a capire il perché dell'altruismo, perché questa maratona è così importante. Intanto vi ringrazio per essere qua, nonostante tutti gli impegni, capisco che gli ostacoli sono tanti, però siete riusciti a essere presenti e a far parte di questo meraviglioso karma collettivo. Quindi passiamo subito alla purificazione dei canali, così distendiamo corpo, parole, mente. La postura è importante, però dovrebbe essere fatta nella postura in 7 punti di Vajra 7 punti, però diciamo che la cosa più importante è avere la schiena molto dritta. Quindi noi chiudiamo la narice sinistra, inspiriamo con la narice destra e mentre ispiriamo visualizziamo una luce bianca molto, molto potente che attira tutte le realizzazioni, tutte le cose positive, il karma positivo e tutta l'energia che arriva anche da tutto il campo dei meriti. La luce attraverso il respiro entra nel canale centrale e cercate di trattenere il respiro per qualche secondo all'altezza dell'ombelico. Poi fate uscire l'aria con decisione, pensando che è di colore nero, dove ci sono tutte le preoccupazioni, tutti gli ostacoli, tutto il nostro karma negativo, tutto quello che ci disturba, anche le paure, le interferenze al Dharma e quello che può essere un blocco. Quindi inspiriamo luce bianca, espiriamo luce nera, fumo nero che si dissolve poi nello spazio. Facciamo questa pratica 3 volte con la narice sinistra, poi contrario chiudiamo la narice sinistra e inspiriamo ed espiriamo con la narice destra per 3 volte. Poi facciamo l'ispirazione con tutte e due, entrambe le narici. Ok, possiamo iniziare. Cerchiamo di rilassare appunto corpo, parole e mente in questo modo. Cambiamo la narice. Ora inspiriamo ed espiriamo con entrambe le narici. Ok, bene, adesso ci siamo rilassati e adesso pensiamo alla motivazione che ci spinge ad essere qui in questo momento. Pensiamo che la pratica, la base principale per la nostra pratica è quella di diventare illuminati, giusto? Perché ed è costituita da due fattori, il metodo e la saggezza. Il metodo principale è la bodhicitta convenzionale e la saggezza indispensabile è la visione della vacuità o bodhicitta ultima. Quindi noi dobbiamo cercare di sviluppare, perfezionare e realizzare la bodhicitta convenzionale ed ultima. La bodhicitta convenzionale è la nostra motivazione di interessamento altruistico. Cioè vogliamo diventare illuminati per riuscire a liberare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Il suo opposto è la motivazione egoistica, la preoccupazione di noi, solo di noi stessi, che si prende cura solo dell'io e che lo ritiene tanto caro, tanto prezioso. La bodhicitta ultima è la saggezza intesa come la realizzazione della nostra vera natura, la natura della vacuità di tutti i fenomeni, oltre che la nostra vera natura. E il suo opposto è quello di aggrapparci all'io, di non volerlo lasciare andare, perché appare come se veramente esistesse dalla sua parte, in modo autonomo, indipendente. Quindi pensiamo che abbiamo due impedimenti presenti costantemente nel nostro profondo, che sono la causa radice di tutta la nostra sofferenza. Da una parte ci preoccupiamo costantemente della nostra preoccupazione egoistica, di voler a tutti i costi pensare a noi stessi, e nello stesso tempo ci aggrappiamo all'esistenza dell'io, non vogliamo neanche mettere in dubbio che esiste, perché proprio siamo convinti che esiste dalla sua parte. E questa è la causa di tanta sofferenza. Queste sono le due radici che bisogna cercare di estirpare per cercare di stare meglio. Ed ecco perché è così importante la motivazione di bodhicitta. È l'interessamento altruistico di chi vuole diventare illuminato, capace di fare del bene agli altri perché sono cari e preziosi, ed è proprio l'opposto dell'egoismo. Questa dovrebbe essere la motivazione, l'essenza della nostra pratica, che va custodita nel profondo del cuore, come la cosa più preziosa da sviluppare. Interessarsi agli altri, volerli aiutare perché sono gentili con noi e soprattutto perché tutta la nostra vita dipende dagli altri. Ma per poter praticare le cause, infatti per poter praticare le cause abbiamo proprio bisogno degli altri esseri senzienti, e quindi prendiamoli in considerazione, prendendoci cura di loro con amore e compassione. Una pratica che ci aiuta moltissimo a sviluppare un interesse puramente altruistico è la pratica del Tonglen. Prendiamo le sofferenze di tutti gli altri su di noi e doniamo loro la felicità. Ma non lo pratichiamo per diventare più bravi o più felici o per ottenere risultati positivi per noi. La visualizzazione della sequenza è questa. Pensiamo che attorno a noi ci sono gli esseri umani, gli animali, gli spiriti affamati ed assetati, gli esseri infernali, dei e semidei. ognuno sperimenta la propria sofferenza. Gli esseri infernali soffrono a causa del caldo e del freddo estremi. Gli spiriti affamati e assetati hanno fame e sete. Gli animali si mangiano a vicenda perché vengono sfruttati e gli esseri umani soffrono a causa della nascita, malattia, separazioni, divorzi, vecchiaia e morte. Gli esseri dei soffrono del preavviso della loro morte. I semidei sono in continuo conflitto, anche se i dei e i semidei non rimangono sempre così, cambiano anche dimensione, perché cosa succede? Finito il loro karma, potrebbero cadere nel reame umano, come animali, o anche peggio. Cerchiamo proprio di vederli come se noi entrassimo in un sogno lucido. Visualizziamoli di fronte a tutti intorno a noi, con le loro sofferenze. Ognuno di loro, nessuno escluso, è gentile, caro. Ma tutti questi esseri sono gentili e cari, ma sono rimasti impotenti, soli, incapaci, senza guida e protezione. Nessuno si prende cura di loro. Quindi immaginiamo e pensiamo che se non facciamo qualcosa noi per loro, nessuno lo farà. Vogliamo aiutarli, siamo risoluti, pensiamo, io voglio aiutare, cercando di eliminare le loro sofferenze e pensiamo, io vorrei prendere su di me tutte le loro sofferenze, possano tutte le negatività maturare su di me. Così io avrò realizzato la mia vera aspirazione, fino a quando loro saranno completamente liberi. Rafforziamo la grande compassione dicendo, io vorrei proprio che loro potessero essere liberi dalla loro sofferenza e dalle cause delle loro sofferenze. Possano le loro negatività e le cause delle negatività maturare su di me. Così io potrò essere felice di essere riuscita a realizzare questa sublime aspirazione. Quindi procediamo con la pratica vera e propria. Inspiriamo con tutte e due le narici, ispiriamo una luce nera che è la negatività e le loro cause. Dopo aver espresso questa grande preghiera della compassione con grande coraggio, diciamo, possano maturare su di me le negatività e le cause. Quindi inspiriamo la luce nera come fumo che rappresenta tutto il negativo. E all'altezza del nostro cuore visualizziamo una palla nera che ha la natura della preoccupazione egoistica. Sentiamo che il fumo nero arriva, scende attraverso il canale centrale, prima dalle narici, poi entra nel canale centrale e arriva alla palla nera che rappresenta, il fumo nero rappresenta tutta la negatività, le cause che arrivano da tutte le parti e vanno a colpire la sfera nera della preoccupazione egoistica situata all'altezza del nostro cuore. Quando il fumo e la luce nera colpisce la palla nera, questa va in 1000 pezzi, come un'esplosione, e i frammenti della palla spariscono. A questo punto e rimaniamo concentrati sulla non vera esistenza dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause, della negatività degli altri e della nostra. Pensiamo, non sono oggettivamente esistenti, autonomi, indipendenti. Se andiamo a cercarli non li troviamo. Quindi meditiamo sulla natura della vacuità dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause della negatività. Pensiamo un attimo, visualizziamo che il fumo nero entra dentro il nostro cuore, all'altezza del cuore c'è la palla nera che nel momento in cui il fumo tocca la palla si frantuma come un'esplosione atomica e va in 1000 pezzi e viene anche eliminato l'io. Pensiamo un attimo alla vacuità dell'io. E adesso sorge un senso di liberazione per aver eliminato tutte le sofferenze degli altri, ma anche la nostra preoccupazione egoistica, perché abbiamo liberato gli altri dalle loro negatività e che abbiamo preso su di noi sotto forma di fumo nero che è arrivato nel cuore colpendo la palla nera, la palla dell'io, ed è sparito definitivamente. E noi stessi ci troviamo liberati e ci troviamo in uno stato di grande gioia, perché abbiamo fatto qualcosa di grande significato, cerchiamo di percepire questa sensazione, rigioiamo per quello che abbiamo fatto e sentiamoci pervadere da questa grande energia della gioia. Questa meravigliosa energia si trasforma in una luce bianchissima che ci riempie completamente e attraverso i pori della nostra mente, della nostra pelle, facciamo uscire la luce bianca che va a inondare tutti gli esseri dei 6 reami, rendendoli felici e purificati. Adesso la luce rientra dentro di noi, però ancora una volta lo rifacciamo sotto forma di luce nera. Pensiamo che tutte le negatività di tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno esclusi, sotto forma di luce nera, entra dentro il nostro, attraverso le narici, entra dentro il nostro corpo, attraversa il canale centrale, e colpisce la palla nera situata all'altezza del chakra del cuore, che in questo modo, come un'esplosione, si frammenta in 1000 pezzi. Sentiamo questa grande soddisfazione di aver potuto eliminare la nostra preoccupazione egoistica, aver eliminato il nostro io con questo grande atto di generosità. Proviamo un grande senso di liberazione per aver eliminato le sofferenze di tutti gli esseri senzienti e dall'altra parte abbiamo eliminato il nostro ego, il nostro io. Rigioiamo per questa meravigliosa pratica densa di significato sublime. Sentiamo la gioia, la beatitudine e la vacuità pervadere il nostro corpo, parole e mente. Ma non possiamo tenere tutta questa bella energia per noi, giusto? Quindi attraverso i pori della nostra pelle la rimandiamo a tutti gli esseri senzienti di tutti gli universi che in questo modo sono pervasi di grande beatitudine e vacuità. Tutte le malattie, tutte le loro preoccupazioni, le paure, le ansie vengono immediatamente purificate. Pensiamo che tutto l'universo è pervaso da grande compassione e amore e i cuori congelati brillano come fari luminosi nell'oscurità. Questa è una pratica che potete fare sempre, in qualsiasi momento della giornata e che è molto utile anche se avete qualche dolore fisico, qualche preoccupazione che dovete sbloccare, perché in questo modo se c'è qualcosa di concreto, un dolore o un blocco, lo potete visualizzare davanti a voi, prendete quando ispirate il fumo nero, pensate che anche, per esempio, se avete un dolore fortissimo all'anca o avete una preoccupazione, pensate che ispirate proprio il dolore dell'anca che hanno tutti gli esseri viventi e lo trasformate in luce attraverso la pratica del Tonglen. Oppure la preoccupazione, una cosa concreta, la paura di essere coinvolti, per esempio in questo preciso momento la paura di essere coinvolti in una paranoia mondiale, di non essere più sicuri di quello che succederà nel futuro. Questo potrebbe essere un buon metodo per cercare di non avere più paura, di distendersi, perché ok, sta succedendo di tutto, nessuno lo nega, ma noi abbiamo il Dharma. Sì, noi possiamo effettivamente cambiare la nostra mente e proiettare un mondo nuovo, perché ricordiamoci che noi siamo dentro un sogno, come se stessimo dormendo, e quindi effettivamente quello che noi vediamo non esiste dalla sua parte come lo vediamo noi, però nello stesso tempo possiamo anche proiettare un sogno, un mondo e una proiezione del nostro pensiero molto positiva, un'immagine che fa star bene noi e gli altri, e questo per la legge di attrazione funziona, per cui è inutile preoccuparsi, leggere tanto i giornali, questo ha detto questo ha detto quell'altro, i vaccini, i non vaccini, lasciamo stare le preoccupazioni inutili. Ci facciamo un esame di coscienza, prendiamo la nostra decisione, sì, no, forse, però poi continuiamo con la pratica del Dharma, perché, ripeto, quello che noi proiettiamo è quello che effettivamente succederà. Se tantissime persone la pensano così, cioè proiettano un mondo molto positivo, al di là di sofferenze, paure e malattie soprattutto, questo si realizza, è da lì che poi nascerà il risveglio, è da lì che noi effettivamente possiamo cambiare dimensione ed entrare in un universo parallelo, ma questo dipende da noi, non dipende non siamo schiavi di qualcun altro, soprattutto non dobbiamo chiedere niente a nessuno, abbiamo per fortuna, grande fortuna, di conoscere dei bravissimi maestri che ci stanno insegnando che il puro Dharma, questo è importantissimo. Quindi abbiamo capito, abbiamo provato a capire l'importanza della bodhicitta, perché effettivamente è così importante pensare che vogliamo come obiettivo finale riuscire a ottenere l'illuminazione, perché questa sì che sarà una dimensione in cui effettivamente possiamo aiutare tutti gli universi, tutte le persone, tutti quanti e anche noi stessi. E quindi cerchiamo di essere molto grati e riusciamo anche dobbiamo cercare di dire grazie molte volte. Grazie, qui e ora è importante, ma anche il grazie, cerchiamo di essere grati. Il fatto stesso che in questo preciso momento noi siamo qua e non in piazza a manifestare, non dico che non abbiano ragione, solo che la più bella protesta è quella di riuscire a cambiare la mente, è quella di non farsi coinvolgere da niente e da nessuno, cercare nel profondo del nostro cuore la strada e la dinamica mentale per conoscere la vera natura della nostra mente, che è la vacuità, la rippa e una grandissima fonte di energia positiva e beatitudine e vacuità. Questo secondo me è la cosa più bella e meravigliosa che possiamo fare in questo momento. Adesso passiamo alla pratica vera e propria e leggiamo la motivazione. Prendiamo rifugio in Buddha Dharma Sangha, però ricordiamoci che prendiamo rifugio anche nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Quindi cerchiamo di non dimenticarlo mai. Ricordiamo che all'altezza del nostro cuore, su un sole e un loto, su un fiore di loto, un sole e luna, c'è sempre il nostro maestro radice che ci accompagna e grazie alla sua devozione ci aiuta a realizzare questo meraviglioso sentimento di bodhicitta. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio è infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito. Prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Adesso visualizziamo che sopra il nostro capo c'è Chenrezig che emana raggi di luce che entrano dentro il nostro corpo e purificano tutte le negatività. E la luce esce dai nostri pori della pelle e va ad aiutare, guarire e purificare tutti gli esseri senzienti. E recitiamo una mala di mantra mentre facciamo questa visualizzazione. Nello stesso tempo pensiamo che tutto il campo dei meriti è molto felice per quello che stiamo facendo, quindi rigioisce, e anche il nostro maestro che è dentro di noi riceve questa energia da Chenrezig e la tramanda a tutti gli esseri viventi. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Om mani per me, om mani per me, om mani per me. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. La luce rientra dentro di noi e purifica tutto il nostro corpo, parole e mente. Ricordatevi sempre che quando emanate luce deve sempre rientrare nel nostro corpo. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Adesso con la stessa visualizzazione leggiamo la preghiera effettiva. Con decisione, con forza abbiamo fatto il Tollen, siamo diventati bravi nel capire quanto è importante il sentimento di bodhicitta, ma anche che siamo in grado effettivamente di aiutare gli altri grazie al Dharma. Quindi sentiamoci come dei guerrieri di luce che effettivamente danno molta forza e coraggio, soprattutto coraggio, no? Alle persone grazie a questa pratica che stiamo leggendo. Quindi non abbiate paura se potete leggetela a voce alta, se non potete perché non siete soli, non importa, basta che ci mettate tutto voi stessi, no? Cioè che ci mettete senza dubbio, no? Voi siete molto importanti, siete degli esseri speciali in questo momento, sempre, ma soprattutto in questo momento. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti grahi, dalle malattie, dai bhuttas, dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Adesso visualizziamo che Buddha Chenrezig entra dentro di noi effettivamente e quindi agiamo con il corpo di luce di Chenrezig e pensiamo, cerchiamo di sentire molto vicino a noi, dentro di noi, oltre al nostro preziosissimo Guru Radice, anche il Dalai Lama, che è l'incarnazione di Chenrezig in questa dimensione umana. Quindi sentiamo di sentirlo molto vicino. E quindi Beatrice, se puoi togliere il microfono sarebbe meglio. Ecco, possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dagli 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Pensiamo che tutti i maestri, e soprattutto il Dalai Lama, è molto felice in questo preciso momento perché noi stiamo mettendo in pratica quello che lui ci ha insegnato per molti anni, che noi in questo momento siamo come facciamo da tramite. Stiamo facendo una pratica sublime, come se lui fosse presente qui. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa, qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ricordiamoci che siamo nell'aspetto di Chenrezig, rigioiamo del fatto che stiamo facendo una pratica effettivamente molto molto importante, che noi siamo esseri speciali e che comunque non è così scontato. Siamo qui e ora e rigioiamo, cerchiamo di sprigionare gioia, senso di altruismo e di empatia verso tutti gli esseri, come se stessimo veramente facendo la cosa più giusta e importante per tutto l'universo, perché è proprio così. Il Dharma è una cosa che è difficilissima da trovare, soprattutto in questo periodo di degenerazione. È così importante non dare niente per scontato. Siamo fortunati, abbiamo una conoscenza che deriva dai grandi maestri, ma anche dai nostri meriti, quindi cerchiamo di avere molta riconoscenza, gratitudine, ma anche dobbiamo sprigionare tanto coraggio, perché ne abbiamo più di quanto pensiate. No, effettivamente, cioè, pensiamo, ah sì, vado agli insegnamenti, faccio le pratiche, ma bisogna essere coraggiosi per andare avanti. Quindi diciamo anche grazie a noi stessi, cerchiamo di essere consci che abbiamo una forte energia dentro di noi che deriva dalla natura della mente, ma anche dal nostro passato, da quello che effettivamente abbiamo costruito in questi anni. E siamo qui, non siamo pieni di paura in un angolino a piangere, cioè siamo qua, è meraviglioso. Ok, leggiamola con questo senso di gioia, di beatitudine. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhuttas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Sentite l'energia della gioia che ci pervade, perché rigioiamo per questa pratica che stiamo facendo, e ricordiamoci ancora una volta che stiamo assorbendo l'energia di Chenrezig, entra dentro di noi come una pioggia il nostro Guru Radice che è sul cuore, con il viso rivolto verso l'esterno, accetta questa meravigliosa energia che purifica tutto il nostro corpo e attraverso i pori della nostra pelle la regaliamo a tutto l'universo. Questa è la cosa più bella e sublime che possiamo fare per tutti gli altri esseri senzienti. E mentre la leggiamo sentiamo gioia, benessere, beatitudine, vacuità, e pensiamo che l'energia, man mano che noi la emaniamo, poi ritorna nel nostro cuore. Pensiamo così. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta, ricordiamo la bodhicitta convenzionale e la bodhicitta ultima, sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e quindi ci auguriamo che tutti gli esseri viventi abbiano in mente questo sublime sentimento altruistico per eliminare il loro ego e occuparsi degli altri, perché comunque noi facciamo parte di un tutto. Dobbiamo imparare a andare a scuola di unità, abbiamo bisogno di tutto e loro hanno bisogno di noi. È è un'unica entità. Possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e cause ed effetto e origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. In questo caso pensiamo a tutte le persone che sono afflitte, che sono malati di Covid, soprattutto in Asia e in tutti gli altri pianeti, ma tutte le varie varianti, ai medici e a tutti gli operatori sanitari di tutte le strutture, gli infermieri e anche chi ci lavora effettivamente come portantino, tutte le ambulanze, tutti quelli che guidano le ambulanze, anche i medici delle case di riposo. Facciamo una dedica speciale per dare forza, coraggio a tutti loro. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Continuiamo a emanare luce di Chenrezig, luce bianca che gli dia forza, coraggio. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Pensiamo anche a tutte le persone che sono morte a causa non solo del Covid, ma anche a causa della natura che si è ribellata, terra, acqua, fuoco, aria, alluvioni, tutto quello che è successo. Tutte le persone possano avere un bardo molto positivo e una rinascita in una terra pura. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Pensiamo a tutti i maestri e le maestri di educazione, le maestre elementari, medie, superiori, perché possano avere la giusta visione per poter educare tutti i bambini del mondo in modo molto propositivo e che li aiuterà in futuro a essere delle persone molto sagge. In particolar modo facciamo una dedica speciale affinché il progetto Alice possa essere conosciuto e attuato in tutto il pianeta come validissimo metodo come un nuovo paradigma per aiutare tutti i bambini del mondo, tutti i maestri elementari, medi e superiori. Sperimentato da 30 anni in India. Un mani per me, un mani per me, un mani per me. Un mani per me, 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 un mani per me. Un mani per me, 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 un mani per me. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Pensiamo a tutti i politici perché possano prendere le decisioni giuste senza farsi traviare dal loro ego e possa tutto il pianeta essere aiutato grazie alle loro decisioni. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Pensiamo a tutti i fratelli di Dharma, logicamente anche a tutti i nostri maestri che ci hanno aiutato e ci stanno aiutando a prendersi cura degli altri. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Gli diciamo anche grazie, grazie dal profondo del cuore. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Possano tutti i praticanti del Dharma avere sempre, costantemente, sforzo entusiastico per continuare a fare le pratiche del Dharma e non cedere neanche un secondo. Questa è la dedica in assoluto più importante. Never give up. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dal Guru perfetti. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri. Possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi ed ha realizzato lo yoga dei due stadi delle supreme beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto dell'esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso tempo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirle nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti e dei tre tempi di me stessa e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità di questo mondo. Incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore e che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi, diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di che magistralmente compì magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e gli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti e ci vediamo la prossima settimana. Ciao Irene, alla prossima. E passo la parola al venerabile Dancio, che adesso... Hello. You have you are in mute. Okay.
How are you, Venerable Agata?
Very fine, thank you.
Excellent.
Yes.
What's the weather like in Italy at the moment?
It's sunshine. It's cold. No, not cold. It's warm.
Yes. Yeah, we have lots of rain today, which well, but because of the cloud cover, it keeps the humidity quite high. But yeah, so a bit of sunshine would be nice. But you see, if we have sunshine, we complain we get sunburns. We have rain, we don't get sunburn. We complain we don't have sunshine. We're never happy. We're never happy.
Okay. So.
Oh, bless you. Thank you very much, Venerable.
Thank you for you.
Thank you very much.
Bye. You see you next week.
See you next week.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute, for hosting us so diligently again for the start of the second year of Prayerathon. Thank you very much, everybody who supported Venerable Agata just now. And I see Lars is here. Hello, Lars. And I saw the background initially and I thought, ooh, he moved, new background until you did that sort of beam me up, Scotty. So, that flashing on the screen, you came back up. Sorry, everyone. And let's have a look. I think Jeannie was on there. Hello, Jeannie. And who's that? Does it come out? Anyway, so I should put my glasses on. There's a couple of people on YouTube. Thank you very much. So yes, so it's a new start to Prayerathons. We did a year last year, so we're starting the new one. And we had hope when we started that it might not be necessary, but duty called. So here we are, and we will be carrying on with Prayerathons for as long as necessary, or until Lama Zopa tells us, okay, we do something else. But I'm sure whatever we do, we will carry on benefiting beings in one way or another. And given that we are on the second leg, really see whether we need the second year with more and more restrictions lifting around the world. But yeah, it sort of reminds me that we had a good stint the last year. When I say good stint, not in terms of the sick people and the death and the suffering that has been caused, but as a community at large, that we could come together and join together in the practice and try to be of benefit to other beings and ease the suffering and try to combat the pandemic in whatever way we possibly can. And this week, by accident, I came across a artist I happened to pick up on the radio. And the artist is called Chenrezig. He falls into the country western genre, and with the year that we have had, and we still have a lot of work to do. He has a lovely song called "Get Along," and and then the chorus he says, "Get along down the road. We've got a long, long way to go." That's true. We still have a long way to go. So from our end, it can always be looked at that way, but we can do that, as everybody knows, when we're on a long journey in a car and the kids go, "Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we here?" Or you have arguments. This journey becomes much, much longer, much more tedious. So the best way really to move forward is to come together and make the most of what we have to do. And also with the pandemic, he says, the song wasn't written about the pandemic, but it just seems to be fitting really nicely when he says, we're scared to live, scared to die. We aren't perfect, but we try. So with the pandemic, we have had this real conflict of can we carry on living the normal way? What happened to our status quo? Where do we go from here? And then, of course, we're worried about the pandemic itself, the virus, and and other forms, how it could affect us in many ways. Nobody wants to go early. We all want to carry on for as long as we possibly can in a happy, healthy way. And we do have our flaws. Did we all do our best within the pandemic? Could we have done something different? Could we have been patient with those who are worried? Could we, try and work out, why we thought we have to do things differently to others? Are we acting from selfish reasons? So it's been an interesting, song that I get along while we can. Don't let the world go so much into bitterness and divide. And if we think about it, just even on the COVID, there's so much effort, and even politically before COVID, there's been so much effort put in to keep us divided. Politically, if you think about the US until recently, also what happened in the UK with Brexit, the Brexit debate is still a very, very sore point. And whether we talk about vaccinations and anti-vax, there's so much effort being put in to just keep us really on the edge. And it says again, always give love the upper hand. What a wonderful, wonderful line. Whatever happens, do with love. Don't do it out of, I'm right, you're wrong, therefore you must do as you're told. Try to show the compassion. But, what is love in that many ways? What do we see, as love? And he puts a lovely line, and we still don't know what love is, but we sure know what it's not. What it's not is what we don't think it is. But, in many ways, we get so confused along the way with emotional attachment, the conditions that we apply. I love my car, but, it's 3 months old. I need to buy a new one. So, where's that love for the car? It's very, temporary and very judgmental if it's a matter of keeping up with the Joneses, or, in terms of the people we fall in love with. Is it love or is it lust? Are we giving, or are we just wanting? And whether we look at it from a food perspective, I like all animals, particularly little lambs, and then we have lamb chops over Easter or something like that. I mean, I'm not starting a vegan debate or vegetarian debate or meat eater debate. You all have to make your own decisions in what way you integrate that in your lives. But I'm just saying, it's I know we all know people like that. We go, oh yes, look, aren't they cute? And then we eat them up. Or we say, oh, we can eat this animal, but not that one. So we do these conditions. And I thought it was a really interesting way, that song. So, and again, it shows if we listen to things, if you look at things with Dharma at the core, we can pick up the messages. So because yes, okay, should monastics listen to music? Well, we shouldn't engage with entertainment for the sake of it. But if you happen to listen to stuff because somebody has the radio on and you pick up the lines and you think about it that way, that's a completely different motivation. So it's not like we're out partying. But again, it shows that Dharma doesn't have to be, or the path doesn't necessarily have to be an old book, an old dusty book that's somewhere lost in a cave, and therefore, has to be revered only in the old days. We can see the message everywhere, and I think it's wonderful. And despite, some of the lyrics that Kenny Chenrezig used, it was quite a lively tune. And often you hear me say, we have lost really songs of hope, or that bring a positive message. So I was quite pleased to hear something that brought it back. It used to be sort of in the 60s and 70s, post-World War and Vietnam War, that people wanted love and peace and happiness. And all of a sudden in the 80s came, and there was still sort of a bit there, and then it seems to sort of tail off and got really heavy. And there didn't seem to be that many happy songs out there, you know, that sort of grabbed a nation or the world, you know, to join hands and try to bring change. So yes, I think I waffled on enough, as I sometimes do, but that was just something so that yeah, it's been a long way and we still have quite a few miles to go. Let's see whether we need to complete a second year, third year, fourth year. We're here for as long as we're needed. That's our job as Sangha. And but not so in a way that we're here because we have to do it as a job, but it's also the community that has offered on those who do the prayers, even in the lay communities. It's because we choose to be here on the advice of our Guru, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Okay, have I missed anyone? No. I'm just trying to make more of an effort to see whether any messages coming through. So if you see me look sideways, that's what it is. Because in the past, I missed a few messages to include people in prayers and things like that. So I think it was around this time we had also Lost Hope last week. So Lost Hope, if you're out there and watching or listening, I hope you're well, and you know, hope you haven't lost hope completely. And if you're listening today, that's you know, we're happy that you're here and that you feel there's a little bit of comfort still to be had. All right. So if we take a moment and just take a few deep breaths and reset the focus, especially after all my Juba Jabba. And if we visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, whether you want to visualize the 4-armed or 1,000-armed version, I'll leave that to you. Depends on which one you have been exposed to, which one you have the closest connection to. If you had the initiations, feel free to, if you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate, sorry. If not, just visualize the Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And those of you who follow a spiritual path without engaging with deities, just visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head. And let that light be filled with love and compassion for all sentient beings. Excuse me. Pardon me. As we visualize our Guru, let's set our motivation. And as you know, I like the some verses from the King of Prayers. I should put my glasses away, they're just getting in the way at late. May ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wonders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet the spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So that is just our own direct motivation. So we have acknowledged the mission to ease suffering, the lower realms and in all directions. We have acknowledged the community. We're here as a community, so we work together, get along, down the road. Got a long, long way to go on liberating mother sentient beings. We have acknowledged our precious gurus and teachers, and also therefore the ultimate teacher, Buddha himself. And also the mission is that we acknowledge that space is limitless, likewise, in all these spaces beings can be, and we will carry on for as long as needs be to make sure that we can reach all those living beings, sentient beings, and lead them to the path of liberation. So if you visualize how light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, across the 6 realms, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, entering their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions. Atom by atom, the space between those atoms, every little bit of negative karma is being erased. And as we can feel the purification taking place within ourselves and how beneficial and rejuvenating it all is, and how much of our true nature can come back to the forefront, our own Buddha nature. We look around and see that so many of the other sentient beings have also been burdened down by so much negative karma and delusions. And they as well feel that a weight is being lifted. And like us, they all want to be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. And acknowledging that through the actions of body, speech, and mind, we have created so much negative karma and suffering. And by acknowledging that, we can now ask for forgiveness from our mother sentient beings that we have harmed since beginningless time. We also should forgive ourselves for having put ourselves through, the cycle of suffering. And from now on, we promise to move forward, being of benefit to all sentient beings, engaging in wholesome actions. We also should forgive ourselves for having put ourselves through the cycle. Sarah, your speaker is on. Thank you. So where was I? Oh yeah, asking forgiveness. Asking forgiveness. Now that we know that we have done wrong, we can ask for forgiveness. And making the promise of moving forward with positive actions, of body, speech, and mind to benefit all other sentient beings. Show more compassion, understanding, and our own willingness to reflect on our own reactions. Acknowledging that when a being is suffering, it might not always act in the nicest possible way. The same way when we are hurt, we're not always the best of communicators. And it's easy to create misunderstandings. As Kyabje Rinpoche said, compassion is good, when you go out and try to help beings who are suffering. But true compassion is also, being out there helping those who actually commit the harm, because they're committing harm from their own suffering. And by doing so, creating a cycle of being, in this negative loop. So we need to liberate them as well. So with that in mind, we now ask our mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Sirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Sirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Sirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru and acknowledged our faults, the Guru is pleased. And as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies, and more of the negative karma and delusions are being washed away, burned away, cleansed away, revealing more and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature. And again, we recognize it's through the actions of body, speech, and mind, represented by Om, that we have created so much harm and suffering to others and ourselves. And in order to transform, to be of benefit to other mother sentient beings, we need to acquire the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru, also represented by Om. In order to achieve that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. When we have reached the purest state, we can be of maximum benefit to all mother sentient beings. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we bear that in mind. And we keep exchanging ourselves with the Guru, receiving the purifying light. And as we're being purified more and more, returning the light to the Guru and exchanging ourselves with all other mother sentient beings, who themselves exchange themselves with each other and the Guru. Ultimately, we all become one with the Guru, we become one with one another. We become one source of great compassion, one source of light that shines in the darkness and leads the way out for those who are still lost in the darkness of negative karma and delusions. We also seek them out actively to help them find their way to liberation and to free themselves from the cyclic existence of samsara. And I'm really pleased to see that Venerable Sarah is spinning her beautiful, beautiful Mani wheel. I think she said it's about, 2 or 3 trillion. So I will recite the Mani mantra for about 5 minutes. And in honor of Venerable Sarah, I spin mine as well. It's not quite as big. Spinning going. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged all our faults through actions of body, speech, and mind since beginning this lifetime, having asked all Mother Sentient Beings for forgiveness, and having taken refuge in the Guru, having said many mighty mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings, may we visualize ourselves now as pure, and holding on to that very pure state to benefit all Mother Sentient Beings. May we now recite, call on the Great Mother Tara to join us in removing any obstacles that may arise throughout this practice, any obstacles that may arise in the fight against the pandemic, any obstacles that may arise in fighting any form of suffering, and for anyone to be restored to good health, who finds obstacles in a fortunate rebirth, any form of obstacle, may they all be removed, so that all Mother Sentient Beings may reach the highest level of happiness that is free from suffering. If you visualize the Great Mother Tara in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, light radiating from Tara's body in all 10 directions, and each light being finding one of the infinite number of Mother Sentient Beings. Let's remember that Om again represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara. Tara liberates from samsara. Tutar liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates from disease and illnesses, both physical and mental. So recite one whole mala of Tara mantras, few out loud, and then the rest on breath. Maybe dedicate also these mantras to the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May be with us for a long, long, long time. May remain healthy. Om Dare Tu Dare Dure Soha. 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 Om Dare Tu Dare. Om Dare Tu Dare Dure Soha. Visualize that all obstacles have been removed. We now call upon the guardians to join us for the recitation of Vajrayana. We call upon Vajrapani, and we also call upon Black Manjushri. And again, despite the ferocious and wrathful appearances, we should embrace those beings for their kindness and look at taking it upon themselves to make sure that we stay on the straight and narrow, that we don't do anything that can create harm to us and other beings, but also stepping in, if we're at risk of being harmed by others. And if we worry about, their firm and assertive faces and appearances, to remember that even a loving mother who smiles at her child can very quickly change her facial expressions if the child is at harm through outside forces or through the actions of the child itself. So do embrace those beings, treat them as family, treat them with respect, and remember, to follow the guidance and keep true to the path. So if I visualize for the Vajrayana, ferocious looking dark blue Vajrapani, with his feet stretched out, he holds the Vajra in the right hand and the snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are emitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirits, arms, and interferers. And again, we must remember that although it says destroying interferers, sentient beings, we should not really set out to destroy sentient beings, as His Holiness the Dalai Lama says. Destruction of a being should never be the first choice. We should only aspire to destroy the motivation the program that keeps these beings acting a certain way, and therefore in that samsaric cycle. In order to set them free, we need to break them free from that program. So destroying the being doesn't change the program, but we need to bring about the change and the motivation, bring about love and compassion and a way for them to come out. So recite the mantra out 7 times. And as you recite the mantra, think about how you're putting on a suit of armor. If you think about battling the pandemic, or if you think about it more in medical terms, like a surgical gown that protects the being from anything that we haven't cleansed, purified ourselves properly in our bodies, but also protects us from any germs that maybe picking up from the patient that we're dealing with the environment. So we recite 7 times. Om Vajaped Om Padmasvari Ped Nevashenaganang Tata Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshrakshasua. Om Vajaped Om Padmasvari Ped Nevashenaganang Tata Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshrakshasua. Om Vajaped Om Padmasvari Ped Nevashenaganang Tata Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshrakshasua. Om Vajaped Om Padmasvari Ped Nevashenaganang Tata Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshrakshasua. Om Vajaped Om Padmasvari Ped Nevashenaganang Tata Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshrakshasua. Om Vajaped Om Padmasvari Ped Nevashenaganang Tata Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshrakshasua. Om Vajaped Om Padmasvari Ped Nevashenaganang Tata Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshrakshasua. Om Vajaped Om Padmasvari Ped Nevashenaganang Tata Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshrakshasua. Okay. So that's now Vajra armor. Visualize how you have now put on the armor. And before we go into the battlefield, despite that, we have backup. We have Black Manjushri. Again, with the surgical scale of your sword. With the like you have a field surgeon with you, or even if you're in theatre, you have not just the surgeon, you have the nurses, you have the anaesthetists, you have backup in that respect to make sure that we really, really, really can do everything we can, under the best circumstances. So if you visualize a Black Manjushri, breath through the face, 3 eyes. He holds a scripture in the left hand and a sword in the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a mass of fire. And flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all mother sentient beings, purifying all negative karma, obstruction, sickness, spirits, previous dangers, and burning away all black magic curses and so forth. And we say the mantra 7 times. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningula chakala jakam shantam pepe su ho. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningula chakala jakam shantam su ho. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningula chakala jakam shantam pepe su ho. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningula chakala jakam shantam pepe su ho. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningula chakala jakam shantam pepe su ho. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningula chakala jakam shantam pepe su ho. So having prepared ourselves fully now, we're now reciting the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. Let's have a look how much time have we got. 20 minutes. Okay, I think time-wise, do I get 6:30? 6:03, 3 minutes. I think, yeah, we do 6 recitations of the main prayer. I don't think I get 3 per Ramin. But again, we combine that with another prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo when he was the monk Gyalong Pema Karpo in a previous life. And he recited the Vajra words of praise to the Sublime Chenrezig for 60 years, between the ages of 20 and 80, for 60 years, while doing Nongnes. And as we set out at the beginning, we were determined to ease the suffering in the lower realms and in all the 10 directions, as I mentioned, of the universe, as we set out right at the beginning. So, and we want to liberate all beings, not just those close to us, but all beings, near and far. So we consider all beings across the hell realm, all the 6 realms. So the lower realms being the hell realm, the realm of the animals and hungry ghosts, and the upper realms, realm of men, demigods and gods. Suffering exists in all those realms. If I didn't talk too much at the beginning, we could be doing 3 recitations for body, speech, and mind for each of the realms. But we'll do 6 now and do them with the fullest of intentions to liberate beings. And of course, we recite also for the effects of this pandemic that affects not just us humans, but also animals that are being used, for research and, in wider aspects. So may all those who are sick be restored to good health. May those who have passed into the body be reborn in further condition. May those who are suffering hardships by other means be given whatever resources are required to establish themselves again in a state of happiness that is free from suffering. So, okay, we start with the speech. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yinam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, a loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha. For all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara and to endure unbearable torments, there is no other refuge than you, great protector. Okay. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, a great symbol of perfection. Okay. So we do the first recitation for the hell realms. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The Messiah of whose name is to have our beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of their keys, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that results from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the keys, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the sufferings of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. May all the disease that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the hounds of grass, pits, inners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 what spits at them suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So these were the three lower realms. And now we deal with the upper realms. So we wish to be reborn ideally in the upper realms, in the most ideal form in the human realm, because that's where we have sufficient suffering and choice to escape samsara. But again, we acknowledge that suffering exists throughout those realms, even if you think, living in total bliss, from when we're down at the bottom seems to be ideal. But we can easily be detached from reality. So we are very fortunate right now to be here in this human form. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity, constant frustration, be reborn in the perfect pure land of Devashin. May all the disease that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the hounds of grass, pits, inners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 what spits at them suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy. One is born in the realm of jealous semi-gods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the hounds of grass, pits, inners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 ill spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is reborn in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names serve our beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 of spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind, if radiance and balm, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So these were now the three upper realms. So we just conclude the prayer that runs parallel. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places, and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So that concludes the prayer. So we do our dedications. May we dedicate to our mother sentient beings. May our sentient beings be freed from suffering and its causes. May our sentient beings achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friends in this and all future lifetimes. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the precious Sangha, not just our own traditions, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive by engaging in studies, giving teachings, performing translation work so that the Dharma is accessible to many, many beings in this and future times. May the precious Sangha never be separated from the Dharma in all lifetimes, never be separated from precious gurus, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible for the benefit of all other sentient beings. May I always rejoice in their presence. May we dedicate to the precious lay community, who through their kind actions, by giving their time, expertise, and financial support to ensure that Dharma centers and events can take place and run, charity projects realized, and the Dharma being made accessible to so many wonderful people. May the lay community never be separated from the Sangha, the Dharma, and precious friends in this and all future lifetimes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and live long and healthy lives in all lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life our precious gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always benefit through their kind guidance in this and all future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate to the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of compassion and wisdom. May we benefit from the presence of His Holiness for a long, long time in this lifetime and throughout all future lifetimes. May His Holiness's wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And may we one day see him be able to be free to see his people in Tibet again. Maybe also dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche for his great wisdom and guidance and vision to tasks with this prayerathon in particular, to ensure that we ourselves engage much deeper into the practice to be of benefit to all mother sentient beings. May Lama Zopa's wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May he live a long and healthy life. May we benefit from his presence in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state of enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long love prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kuwe Shingam Di Pendang Dewa Malu Jongwe Chenrezig Gyalpo Yi Shabe Site Bodu Thank you Chi Till changing yam gen gel we dancing can pel we kun zo do po te chok som ge we lek mun tu tu pa dak sok til je gun du shap ten sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me throughout the session. Thank you very much for your support for the last year of Prayerathon. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute, the wonderful Sangha community, everyone out there. I think there were a couple of messages. Just have a quick look. We've got there. Hola. It's all the Spanish-speaking fraternity rolling up, taking up YouTube. Excellent. Lovely to see. It's wonderful. How are you all?
Fine, and you? How are you?
Yeah, not bad, not bad, not bad.
And we are already in Dorje Pamo, Dancho.
I saw the little teddy bear. Who did the Buddha?
The Buddha, another friend, one small boy, he has the Buddha.
That's excellent. Did somebody make this one specially?
I don't know.
That was just when I saw the bear and the Buddha. That was just that absolutely had me smiling. Wonderful, wonderful.
Yes.
You know, lovely to see you all. And you know,
when are you coming? When are you coming, Dancho?
End of the month. I had to postpone a couple of days, so I'll hopefully get there before you leave.
We will see. We will see what to
if
do.
not, terrible. I might have to travel to Spain.
What to do? What to do?
It's a hard life going to the continent, isn't it? Anyway, let's just have a quick look who's here. Is Venerable Sarah still here? Chrissy here. Hello, Chrissy. And I just want to say quickly thank you to Venerable Sarah for spinning the wheel so beautifully. Thank you.
Dancho.
Yes.
Dancho, here in Barrayogin, in Dorje Pamo, this book, this big, Thangtong Gyalpo's life. All this, I mean, Mamma Mia.
Show it again. Ooh.
Thangtong Gyalpo.
That's very nice. King of the Empty Plane.
I will have a look tonight, slowly.
I expect a summary next week. Lovely to see you all.
See
And,
you.
thank you very much.
Take
That's
care.
enough. Last, I think I have an unanswered message from you. I deal with that this evening. All right. Take care, everyone.
Take care. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Thangtong.
Thank you, Lars and Christy and everyone who is here. And especially thank you again to Chenrezig Institute for organizing and managing and everything. Thank you very much for all the effort. Bueno, pues muchas gracias a las venerables que hoy están de viaje. Hoy están en Francia, en el convento de monjas de Dorjepamo, que es relativamente nuevo, y quizá podéis contar algo, 2 minutos, de qué os está pareciendo. Por ejemplo,
bueno, pues deciros que es un sitio maravilloso, es muy apacible. Están viviendo ahora venerable Chantal y 3 monjas más que recién han tomado la ordenación. Unas vistas...
¿De dónde son las monjas? ¿De dónde son esas monjas?
Pues mira, una es de Holanda, otra es de aquí de Francia, una antigua estudiante, y otra es también de Francia, yo creo, la monja más... pero la otra chica, la más joven, es de Francia, creo.
Francia también.
Bueno, el caso es que es un sitio realmente, es muy especial poder estar con Sangha, especialmente cuando cada una de nosotras vivimos por nuestra cuenta. Entonces, poder estar con otras hermanas es maravilloso. Hay un programa por las mañanas, hay meditación como 1 hora, por las tardes también una meditación conjunta, 1 hora, sábado y domingo libre, y luego las comidas, la comida y el desayuno, pues parcialmente en silencio, un ambiente realmente para el estudio, la meditación, la práctica, muy, muy propicio. Y luego además la ventaja aquí es que está por un lado Dorjepamo, a 20 minutos el Instituto Barra Yogini y a 20 minutos el monasterio de Nalanda. Entonces, pues bueno, es una comunidad de Dharma y que bueno, que recomiendo a todas que os hagáis monjas si queréis venir aquí. o tú, Fabio, te puedes hacer, en fin...
No, yo quiero, de visita sí que quiero irlo a ver algún día cuando vaya a Nalanda, por supuesto.
Vale la pena. Mañana tenemos...
Es un terreno muy grande. Como era una granja, pues tiene zonas de frutales muy grandes, tiene higueras, tenía zonas para animales que ya obviamente...
Ciruelas.
Sí, bueno, hay mucho árbol frutal y luego hay unos prados muy grandes, hay un lago que es artificial, pero bueno, es un lago, en fin, un terreno muy propicio para hacer cosas interesantes, una gran gompa quizá en el futuro o ampliarlo. Realmente tiene muchísimas posibilidades, aparte de que es una belleza.
Sí, mucho potencial.
Ahora está todo el proceso de desarrollo, como aquel que dice, ¿no?
Sí.
Y una cosa importante es que creo que fue Paloma, venerable Paloma, quien me contó que ya tienen abad asignado, que es Geshe-Loden, ¿no?
Geshe-Loden, el maestro residente de Barra Yogini es el abad. Y bueno, pues se está asentando, pero potencial hay. Y también laicos pueden venir, tienen una habitación, hay más de una, pero hay una habitación que están separadas y pueden alquilar las laicas. Y bueno, pues realmente hay que rezar y dedicar para que pueda ser eso un lugar donde haya muchas realizaciones, se mantenga una moralidad muy pura y que el Dharma florezca, porque creo que puede ser de gran beneficio, sinceramente.
Y luego que para estudiar es perfecto porque está Nalanda al lado. Claro. Aquí una de las monjas francesas está haciendo el programa básico en Nalanda y claro, para estudiar es perfecto. Y al mismo tiempo la casa para retiro también.
Sí,
porque puede haber gente que estudie y salga y puede haber gente que esté de retiro, porque es que no se oye nada más que el viento y los animales.
Y es cómodo, es cómodo.
Pues qué momento tan especial y tan propicio ahora que empiezan a surgir comunidades monásticas femeninas, ¿no? Como Dorjepamo, el que viene en Italia y en España con Oselín. Entonces, ojalá se desarrollen bien y cada vez haya más mujeres que opten por la ordenación.
Que me lo quitan de las manos.
Ojalá te lo quiten de las manos. Y eso, y que cada vez haya más mujeres que se dedican al estudio, a la práctica, a la meditación, que tengan logros, que tengan realizaciones y que se iluminen.
Ya. Así es, la verdad es
Qué
que
bien,
está
me
bien.
alegro mucho que lo estéis disfrutando.
Gracias.
Adelante. Bueno, pues vamos a empezar entonces con Thangtong Gyalpo y hacemos una meditación muy cortita. Primero la respiración para tomar conciencia de lo que vamos a hacer, generar el espacio y el silencio interior desde donde hacer surgir la preciosa mente de la bodichita. Entonces simplemente sientes tu respiración fluyendo de manera libre. Intentando no prestar atención nada más que a eso, a la respiración. Notando cómo va surgiendo ese silencio y ese espacio interior desde los que vas a meditar. Imaginamos a nuestro alrededor a todos los seres que son lo más precioso. Seres que son la fuente de nuestra felicidad pasada, presente y futura. Podemos visualizar a nuestra derecha a nuestro padre, a la izquierda a nuestra madre. No importa si ya no están o viven lejos o si hace mucho que no los ves, no importa. Ahora los sientes muy cerquita de ti. Detrás visualizas a tus seres más queridos, más cercanos. Hijos, nietos, amigos, compañeros, familiares, pareja, animales incluso. Frente a ti, a esas personas o persona con la que tuviste o estás teniendo algún problema, o lo tuviste en el pasado, ahora aprovechas y la integras en tu meditación, visualizándola frente a ti. Y alrededor imaginas a todos los seres que componen el samsara, que llenan el samsara, todos los reinos de existencia. Humanos, dioses, semidioses, animales de todas clases, pretas, seres de sufrimiento extremo, e incluso los seres del bardo, los seres del estado intermedio, en particular los que han entrado en él en los últimos 49 días. Y utilizando esa visualización como soporte, como punto de apoyo, generas la preciosa mente de la bodichita, pensando que todos esos seres han sido, son y serán la fuente de tu felicidad pasada, presente y futura. Y para generar esa preciosa mente, os voy a leer unas estrofas del texto La lámpara preciosa, un himno a la bodichita de Kyabje Lama Rinpoche. Es un texto que alaba la bodichita constantemente y que es muy bonito, muy inspirador. Y dice así: aquellos cuyas mentes están impregnadas por un continuo aprecio a la suprema bodichita, ¿quién podría evitar que fueran de felicidad en felicidad? Los objetos materiales no pueden ofrecernos la iluminación de un Buda. Es por ello que la gema que concede los deseos no merece comparación con la bodichita. Un gran elefante atrae a otros elefantes. La riqueza atrae otras riquezas. Pero la bodichita atrae cuanto haya de glorioso en el samsara y en el nirvana. Como la mirada de una madre a su hijo, la bodichita dirige a cada ser vivo, ya sea superior, inferior o mediano, una mirada que ¿quién no disfrutaría? Al ver esta suprema bodichita que deleita a tathagatas y bodhisattvas, la luna que presume de agradar a todos, debe, me parece, escabullirse por los cielos. Entonces, recordando las supremas cualidades que tiene esta preciosa mente, de la bodhicitta, que es como el bálsamo que alivia todo sufrimiento, es como el aire fresco que apacigua cualquier fuego. Imaginamos en el espacio frente a nosotros a la personificación de esa suprema mente que es Chenrezig Avalokitesvara, en el aspecto que te sea más cómodo, 4 brazos, 1000 brazos, sentado, de pie, como quieras. Pero recordando que lo más importante es sentir que es inseparable de nuestros maestros, como su santidad el Dalai Lama o Lama Zopa Rinpoche, nuestros maestros personales. Nos mira y nos sonríe de forma muy apacible, muy amorosa, como lo hace una madre o un padre con su hijo muy pequeño. Sientes que estando en su presencia, tanto tú como todos esos seres que te rodean, estáis protegidos, arropados, acogidos, completamente guiados por esa suprema mente iluminada que es la de Avalokitesvara, la de Chenrezig, cuya manifestación en este mundo es su santidad el Dalai Lama, en el aspecto de un monje. Trae a tu mente todos tus sufrimientos, los de los seres, en especial aquellos que están padeciendo el COVID-19, fallecidos, enfermos, gente que está agotada de cuidar a los enfermos. Muy en especial nos acordamos de todos los fuegos que está habiendo en Grecia, en Italia, en Turquía, en California y en Rusia. Todos los seres, insectos, animales y demás que están falleciendo, o humanos que se están viendo afectados. Y pedimos de todo corazón que esos desastres de los elementos se aplaquen. Chenrezig acepta nuestras peticiones, sigue sonriéndonos y de su sagrado cuerpo comienza a fluir néctar. Un néctar que con el sonido del mantra nos llena por completo a nosotros y a todos los seres, purificándonos y activándose por completo. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Comenzamos tomando refugio con la práctica de Thangtong Gyalpo. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Y comenzamos con las recitaciones. Todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volverá a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la Muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Bueno, pues bueno. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Para dedicar los méritos de esta primera recitación, si quiere el venerable Begoña hacer la dedicación.
Bueno, pues podemos dedicar los méritos para que precisamente todos los proyectos para la Sangha en Europa, ya sea en Italia, un proyecto que está empezando o que va a empezar, el Monasterio de España, Nalanda, Dorjepamo, que todos pues tengan un éxito enorme, que haya muchísima gente, mucha gente que quiera llevar esta vida y vivir en comunidad. Y apoyándose en los estudios, bueno, pues que tengan una vida de una ética pura.
Muy bien, parece muy bien. Vale, hacemos la segunda dedicación y recordamos que es importante lo que siempre dice, recordar lo que dice Rinpoche, de mirar de vez en cuando la imagen del Mahasira Thangtong Gyalpo mientras recitamos la oración. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la Muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Venerable Paloma, si quieres hacer la dedicación de esta recitación.
Pues sí, dediquemos especialmente en estos tiempos tan difíciles en los que tantos seres están afectados por tantos desastres naturales, la enfermedad y tantos problemas, para que los que especialmente hayamos encontrado el Dharma practiquemos con mayor pureza, mayor determinación, no desperdiciemos nuestra vida y podamos ser ese bálsamo, esa guía, esa inspiración, esa ayuda que los seres necesitan, que todos podamos vivir en armonía unos con otros y tener todas las condiciones favorables tanto para la felicidad temporal como la felicidad última de la iluminación.
Gracias. Hacemos la tercera y última recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo, que puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la Muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Esta recitación la ofrecemos por todos nuestros centros y grupos de estudio en nuestras ciudades y países respectivos, pensando que sí, muy importantes son los conventos y monasterios de monjes y monjas, también lo son nuestros centros de ciudad y grupos de estudio, que tanto beneficio ofrecen a los seres, a todas las personas. Pedimos por ellos para que se reanuden muy pronto las actividades con toda normalidad, sin ningún peligro, sin ninguna condición adversa, en todo lugar, en toda parte, también por todos los proyectos religiosos, sociales que Lama Zopa Rinpoche desarrolla, en especial el proyecto Maitreya en India y los más de 20 proyectos que él personalmente supervisa y coordina y lleva adelante, que todos se puedan desarrollar sin ningún tipo de obstáculo. Pide también por tus propios proyectos, obstáculos, necesidades, dificultades, seres queridos, por unos momentos, fallecidos, enfermos, y dedicas por ellos. Y visualizas que Chenrezig, en el espacio frente a ti, está extremadamente complacido con tus oraciones, con tu práctica, se disuelve en luz y se absorbe en ti y en todos los seres que te rodean, y a todos nos concede aquello que más precisemos, que más necesitemos, y en especial nos concede la mente que ve las cosas tal y como son, los fenómenos tal y como son, libres de existir por sí mismos. Pedimos de corazón que nuestros maestros estén con nosotros hasta el fin de los tiempos, hasta que el samsara esté vacío. Empezando por su santidad el Dalai Lama. Hoy las hacemos en español porque vamos un poco justos de tiempo. Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser larga, firme, estable, que podamos disfrutar muy pronto de su presencia y de sus enseñanzas de manera personal. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjushri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y por último, dedicamos todos los méritos de corazón por todo lo que hemos pedido. Que por los méritos de estas acciones virtuosas alcance rápidamente el estado de un Buda maestro y lleve a todos los seres sin excepción a ese estado iluminado. Que la suprema joya de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido surja y crezca y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más y más. Muchísimas gracias a todos por vuestra participación, venerable Paloma.
Sí, Fabio, y a ti.
Gracias, Bego.
Bueno, pues sí, tengo algo que compartir que me recordaba el venerable Fabio, y es que este martes a las 4 es cuando saldrá en castellano el vídeo donde Lama Zopa Rinpoche da la transmisión oral vuelve a dar la transmisión oral de la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo para liberar a los sakyas de la enfermedad. La oración da como 5 transmisiones orales, también da la de liberar del peligro de las armas, del hambre, y 2 oraciones, la de la reina de las oraciones, y 2 oraciones de Buda Amitabha. Entonces, nada, en el canal de YouTube de la FPMT español lo tenéis. Os he puesto el enlace, pero la mayoría lo sabéis en el chat. Y nada, nos vamos a ver el próximo, si seguimos vivos, esperemos que sí, el próximo sábado, ¿no?
Atender lo vemos mañana. See you tomorrow.
Atender está en Holanda.
Ah, you are in Holland.
Yes, I'm still in Netherlands.
She said we are going to meet you tomorrow because we go tomorrow to Nalanda. We are now in Dorje Pamo.
Are you now in Dorje Pamo? Yes, until when you are at?
Until the 30th. The 30th or 29th we go back.
Okay, yeah. I come back to France.
So. Then we will meet for sure.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes. Good. Next Tuesday I will be back. So we
will.
Okay.
Wednesday, Thursday, or something. Yes. Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Fantastic.
Very nice. Yes.
Well, how are you?
Okay. Why did you leave your brother in Spain?
Sorry.
Why did you leave your brother in Spain?
My brother?
Yes.
Ah, yes, it's true. Because still Dorjepamo doesn't accept monks.
Oh, yeah, but Nalanda is a place for guys. So
Yes.
yeah. So,
Next time we come the three. ¿Vale, Fabio?
Yes.
Lo dejamos en Nalanda y nosotras venimos aquí.
Could be nice.
Yeah, Fabio, if next time you come,
Yeah,
yeah, because you invited me last week to Spain, so now I invite you to France. I forgot last week.
We have to do.
It's true.
Yes.
For a long time I didn't see Nalanda, so I must go. Yeah.
Yes.
Claro. Yeah, time to time to do sojourn is good. And to be with Sangha, I think is important.
My experience with sojourn in Nalanda is quite funny. Tender knows.
You can ventilate. Yeah, there was a calendar.
You remember?
Yes. One calendar said Thursday, and one was on Wednesday, and it was on Wednesday, and you thought it was on Thursday, and
yeah.
No tienes karma de sojourn. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kenda. See you.
Have a good time in Spain and in France.
Thank you, Chenrezig. Bye.
Ciao.
See you soon. Ciao.
See you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. So very welcome to this prayerathon. So we were very lucky that we could last week from Lama Zopa Rinpoche get the lung from many mantras. Yeah, the FPMT sent out a link. I did not see it on our website. I hope that on the YouTube next week we can get the link to these beautiful blessings Lama Zopa Rinpoche gave from, and also explained all the advantages and benefit on Mani Padme Hum, because this whole practice is Chenrezig practice. We do many mantras of Mani Padme Hum. That's almost the core of the practice. So Rinpoche gave a teaching and said that there's so many benefits and to do this mantra. So it says anyone who hears this mantra gets a higher rebirth. So when you recite it, also during the time that you recite it, your mind is free from expectations and is therefore pure. So when you recite it 108 times, purifies the negative karma of 40,000 eons. So, and even reciting 21 times Om Mani Padme Hum purifies the negative karma of 1,000 eons. So, and then even 7 times Om Mani Padme Hum purifies the negative karma of 100 lifetimes. So Rinpoche really emphasizes how important it is to the recitations of Om Mani Padme Hum, especially when we do it with the motivation to develop our mind to its utter potential, to become Buddhas ourselves. So with the motivation that we want to develop our mind to its utter potential, and that we want to benefit other sentient beings as much as possible, at least on our level where we are, but ultimately to bring all sentient beings to enlightenment. So yeah, that's so many benefits of doing the Om Mani Padme Hum. So when you have, when you see animals, when you make walks, and then you come along fields with sheep, cows, or you see cats in the street, it's also very good to do this mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. It really benefits them very much. Here close to my training institute, where I am staying these days, there's a deer park, so there are many deers. So yeah, when no one is around, I recite many times this Om Mani Padme Hum mantra. So this session we do it especially for everyone who was hurt or hit by the pandemic. So the text, if you are new, the link to the text is below the YouTube, the screen. So it's called Prayer Liberating Shakya from Disease. It's mainly 3 steps: the motivation, the mantra, Mani Padme Hum, the actual prayer, and then we do some dedications. We start with doing the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. It's very good to visualize that the Buddha is with us, that the Buddha Chenrezig, in the form of our teacher. For all Tibetans, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is Chenrezig in human form. But you can also visualize Chenrezig in any of your other teachers if you have a teacher. Otherwise, you can visualize the 1,000-arm Chenrezig or the 4-arm Chenrezig in front of you at the height of your third eye, about 1 hand distance from you. You can also visualize Chenrezig or your teacher at the top of your head, looking in the same direction as you. Or if you have an initiation, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig. You can really feel that we are in the blessed, we are in the presence of our holy gurus. We can do again, one time more, this motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Then we do this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. Visualize that on the sun disk at the heart of Chenrezig or Guru Buddha. It's a sun disk. All around is the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. It circles the heart of the Buddha. It sends out rays of light to all sentient beings who are around us. So we can visualize all males on the right side, all females on the left side. In general, they say all our friends, those who we are attached to behind us, those we have difficulties with, those political leaders we don't like, those so-called enemies, people who upset us, they are in front of us. They all benefit from doing this practice. We all want them to be free of all obstacles. They are purified of all their negative karma, of all their negative deeds, causes and conditions for their suffering, for their negative deeds. And especially, of course, for everyone who suffers from the COVID, those who are sick, those who are in hospitals, still around the world, millions of people with COVID who are infected. So also in all our countries, there's COVID, but in some countries it's really, really bad. Also India, Nepal, all the Arab countries, Brazil. So with us even still in the Western world, Australia, Europe, and North America, many, many people suffer from this, from the COVID, also economically, also socially, emotionally. So visualize this Om Mani Padme Hum, and rays of light goes from the Buddha, Guru Buddha, touches all sentient beings. They get purified from all their negative karma. And we do the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. strongly that all the rays of light from the Mani Padme Hums touch all beings. It's like a circle, all the energy comes back, goes again from the heart, comes back, so no energy is lost. It's of course fantastic if we can combine it with the understanding that nothing exists concrete inherently, that everything is dependent arising. Nothing exists from their own side. That we can do this with a blissful mind. On. Om Mani Padme. So I can really rejoice so much merit we create by just doing simple mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Then the actual prayer of the liberating Shakya from disease. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. And may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We do one time more this actual prayer. May all the diseases that set on the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied being, may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We do some dedications. For all this, for creating all this merit. And in the first place, to actualize bodhicitta, may the precious, supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. If you're new in the prayerathon, it's also a link down the screen where you can find the dedication prayers. And to realize emptiness, samsara nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigrated beings, never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Ajadara. By the force of the victorious ones of Kava, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losam Drakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. Then to hold sentient beings as precious. May all sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all the negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. Then to abide as samsara for sentient beings. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide as samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Dedication to be wish fulfilling for others may become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. Then dedication for any sentient beings who sees me, etc., to be free from suffering and experience every happiness. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Lama Zopa Rinpoche is often doing to seal the merits with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of my full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely of existing from my own side. And to dedicate in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas did, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I completely dedicate all my roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings to spread in the hearts of all sentient beings. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the two types of merits of the three times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one Losang Drakpa shine resplendent forever. For a long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for a long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduals moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So we do for a special dedication for all teachers in the FPMT Mahayana tradition, everyone, all the teachers who follow Buddha's instructions. May they reach full enlightenment quickly, as quick as possible. Then also for all other practitioners, especially all the Sangha around the world, monks, nuns, but also all the lay practitioners, everyone who sincerely strives for supreme enlightenment. May they have success in their practice. May they always be able to fulfill the wishes of the holy beings by offering service, help to spread the Buddha Dharma on this planet, at least to keep it alive. Many generations to come have these instructions and have the methods to develop the mind into a pure Buddha. So, and for everyone who asked us to pray for them, many people ask monks and nuns all over the world to pray for them. So for all of them, for all the reasons, maybe some people have died for whatever reasons, then many people have been sick, health problems for many reasons, and many people have obstacles, problems, worries for many reasons. So may they get rid of all their problems, or maybe find a good human rebirth or a rebirth in the Pure Land. So they can continue if they've lost their lives, especially due to COVID. They have a good rebirth Also heard of a sister of a friend of mine. She lives in Finland, and she had an accident. This sister was overrun by a tractor by her husband, so it was an accident. So, but they may, sister of this friend, have a good rebirth. And all other people who asked us to do prayers for them, may they find what they are looking for. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here with us on the prayerathon. So, I don't know who is after me. Thangtong, I guess.
Hello, Tenda. How are you?
Good, good, good. Yes.
Are you still in the Netherlands, or are you back at base now?
No, I'm still in the Netherlands. Yes.
Ah, bless
Yeah.
you.
So behind me, I have a teacher room. They treat me very well here. So I got a beautiful room with tankas and photos, pictures of Lama Zopa Rinpoche with an altar. So I'm very fortunate. Yeah. But tomorrow I make an effort to go back. So I go along a few friends, and then I hope to be back in Nalanda on Wednesday.
And I'm going to drop you a note next week.
Okay,
So,
good. So
I have to change a couple of dates. So, but still on schedule for the end of the month.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So only that you know, in case you're wondering.
Fantastic,
But
fantastic.
no, thank you very much for stepping in and taking some slots. I know you're busy and on a well-deserved break, so to speak.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's very nice. So yeah, I will be back in 2 hours, something like that. So maybe I'll see you again.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah, you're between Venerable Yeshi and Sangha Kadra from Savasti. So yes. I might just pop my nose in, because I do the slot between the one before the last. So, but I'm sure I get to see you.
Good.
And thank you very much for all your hard work. Look, Venerable is there as well. How are you, Venerable?
I'm very good, thank you.
You're on the early morning graveyard shift.
Yes.
It's very good shift. Yeah, I like it.
You get to see the sunrise.
Exactly. From Gompa.
Yes.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Wonderful. Yeah. Excellent stuff.
And how are you?
Who are you talking to?
Both.
Yeah, I'm keeping all right. Venerable Tenda looks like he's recharging his batteries in the Netherlands.
Exactly.
Yes. I'm still in the Netherlands.
Yes, a lot of family visits. So visited my mother for one day, and today also some friends came to the Maitreya Institute. So it's also very nice. So I try to practice a little bit more. I just work and family and friends time.
Yes, it's very nice.
Time flies. I also wanted to study. I had a long to-do list, and doesn't all happen, but
it will come.
I'm very happy with what happens. So
yes, it's beautiful with family and friends.
Yes, I hope that the COVID decreases, and that you also can go one time back to Europe.
Oh, I wish. Yeah.
Yes.
Hopefully, for many of us who would like to see the family.
Yes. And Australia is really contained, so it's very difficult to travel.
Yes. And if we travel out, then they don't allow us to come back. So that's why. Yes. Like foreigners, they don't allow to come back.
Yeah. Anyway, you're a good place. A lot of Dharma, with a lot of imprints. Rinpoche online coming to you, and then you have a fantastic teacher and nice study program.
It's big true,
Yes,
very fortunate.
Nice sisters, you have very nice community. So,
and online also.
Yes, also online. Yes, sometimes I listen a little bit to Geshe and Sutrim.
Yes.
And a nice translator. My brother from Israel.
Yes, that's true.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Have a good,
thank you.
Good morning and good day.
Yeah, have a nice evening.
I come in 2 hours back.
All right.
Okay.
Catch you later. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Good evening. My name is Thangtong, currently based in the UK. Thank you very much for everyone who joined. Venerable Tenda, who is the director of the International Mahayana Institute, but also looking after the interest currently in London Monastery in France. And thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute, and you saw Venerable Kumphan, who's doing the early morning shift for the media team to keep us nice on air, and they've done so at Chenrezig Institute for the last year. And we officially started our second year of prayerathon. Let's see whether we need the full year. I'm sure the time will fly, especially with the wonderful community that we are with, and the support that we have had through all the Sangha and all the people in the background, all the people around the media and the office, but also everyone out there who followed us online on YouTube and Zoom. And thank you very much for all the support, the feedback, and some of the donations that have been coming in. And while we're talking about donations, this is not really big. Those of you who listen to me frequently know that I'm not somebody who keeps plugging, but there should be in the YouTube link, there should be a little donation option. This is not for the Sangha. This is purely to help with the running of the live streams for 24 hours every week. And so if you have a couple of pennies spare, everything helps. If you can contribute, that's great. If it's beyond your means, thank you very much for supporting us in other ways. Okay, so before I get too bogged down with chatter, which as many of you know, I can do very, very easily, let's just get back and settle the mind. Take a few deep breaths. Just find that nice, quiet place within. And when we're sort of settling down the mind again, I'd like to read a few verses from the King of Prayers. And again, for me, I find these, if you listen to me the very first time, these particular verses, if you look for them in the King of Prayers, they're not necessarily in sequential order, but they speak to me on different levels, because for one, it sets the motivation why we're here, or why I'm here. It acknowledges the community, it acknowledges our mentors, and it helps set bodhicitta motivation. So those four to me have been very beneficial in setting my focus. I hope you find them beneficial too. And then it's just so that we come with pure intention for this particular practice before we then engage fully with the prayers this evening. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wonders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva's way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. Okay, so we set out what we want to achieve today. And again, the community, you may always have, the friendship of those whose path is like mine. It doesn't have to be just purely the ordained Sangha. It's also you out there who, from a lay community, join in. And, may we always, come together and benefit mother sentient beings. So if we visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us, If you had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. And if you're following us from a different faith, please visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And those of you who follow spiritual paths, do not wish to engage with deities, just visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head, and let that light be filled with the universal love and compassion for all living beings, for all sentient beings, irrespective of what or who they are, where they are across the 6 realms. Just pure love and compassion. Visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body into all 10 directions and across the 6 realms. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings, wherever they are. They may be right next to us at the furthest corners of the universe. And although we wish to liberate all beings across the 6 realms for ease of use, we want them all to be liberated and enlightened. We can visualize all these beings in human form. The Guru's light enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love, compassion, and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. We're being cleansed atom by atom, and the spaces between those atoms. Every little grain of negative karma and delusion is being removed. It doesn't always come off easy. For those of you who are old enough to remember polishing silver or polishing brass, it can be quite a messy job to get it all off. It can be quite time consuming. But again, some comes off easier, some of it not as much. Really depends how deep the grit and grind could penetrate and settle, how long it's been there. But nonetheless, more and more of that negative karma and delusion is being removed. And more of our true nature is being revealed. The glowing aspect of our Buddha nature. And we recognize that it's through the actions of body, speech, and mind that so much suffering has been caused. And we have taken our turn in it as well. The way we thought of people, the way we spoke to people, or beings, how we treated other beings since beginningless time. And of course, not everything was positive. Often we committed to unwholesome actions, part out of fear, out of ignorance, out of anger, often to cover up our own suffering. And recognizing that we've done so much harm, so much negativity was then returned to us to keep us in the samsaric loop. We ask our mother sentient beings now for forgiveness. We promise that from now on we shall engage in wholesome actions that benefit other sentient beings to achieve happiness that is free from suffering. And in return, by engaging in wholesome actions, we see our suffering itself change as well. Negative karma results from negative actions. Positive karma results from positive actions. So we're setting the seeds. So we're committing from now on to positive actions that benefit other beings. And seeing all Mother Sentient Beings rejoice in the lifting of the weight of negative karma as purification takes place, carries on, we ourselves feel relieved, and we rejoice that we lose all that excess weight that kept us down. And we recognize that all Mother Sentient Beings like us just wish to be happy and free from suffering. And we wish them to be free. And may all our actions from now on benefit all those beings to be free from suffering. Enjoy the happiness that is free of suffering. Trusting in the Guru, may we now call upon all Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Guru Sirams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Gurus, to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased and smiles. And as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies, and more negative karma is being removed. And we begin to glow. We begin to glow with pure light. And we return light to the Guru. And we exchange ourselves with the Guru and also with all Mother Sentient Beings. And as all Mother Sentient Beings begin to exchange themselves with the Guru, with one another, we all become one in the Guru. We become all one in compassion. We become one light that's filled with love and compassion that shines brightly for those who are lost in the darkness as a beacon to escape the darkness of samsara and ignorance and delusion. But we also shine into the darkness to seek out all those who are still lost so that we can take actions to help them escape and be liberated. And again, we recall that it was through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that so much suffering has been caused. Om represents that aspect of our nature, but we wish to transform to the holy aspect of the Guru of body, speech, and mind. Both are represented by Om. But in order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om to fully transform and reach the enlightened state so that we can be of maximum benefit to all Mother Sentient Beings. As we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on remembering those aspects of the mantra. We keep on exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other Mother Sentient Beings. And as more and more beings join us, our collective light in love and compassion increases and shines brighter and brighter for those who are still in need of liberation. Om Mani Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Having recognized our faults of over past lifetimes, having acknowledged them and asked all other sentient beings for forgiveness, having made the promise from now on to engage in wholesome actions, having taken refuge in the Guru, and having recited many mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings as part of our purification, may we now visualize ourselves as pure and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, for at least the duration of these prayers. May we now call upon the Great Mother, Mother Tara, to join us and to remove any obstacles that may arise throughout this practice. May all obstacles be removed to find a cure for the pandemic and all other illnesses and diseases. May Mother Tara help remove any obstacles that may hinder those who are sick to be restored to good health. May she remove any obstacles for those who have passed into the body to be reborn in favorable conditions. May she remove any obstacles for those who experience other forms of suffering and are in need of resources to find a way out, to restore themselves to a state of well-being so that they may take care of themselves, their families and others. And the great Tara mantra of the Great Mother Tara has also been recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama to be recited during these difficult times. So as we recite the mantra, may we also dedicate to the long life of His Holiness. May he live a long and healthy life. May he be with us for many, many more years to come, and may we always have his presence in this and all future lifetimes. As we recite the mantra, visualize green Mother Tara in space in front of us, emerald green in color, light radiating in all 10 directions, and finding one of the infinite number of infinite beings. Om again representing the holy aspect of the Mother, of the Mother's body, speech and mind. The Tara liberates from samsara. The Tara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong views, doubt and miserliness. And Tura liberates from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. We do one whole mala. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Soha. Visualize now all obstacles have been removed. And maybe also call upon the guardians to join us. And despite their appearance, ferocious and wrathful looking, we should embrace them as members of our family who have set out to make sure that we stay on the straight and narrow. And they're here to help and support us, to protect us. Not just to protect us from outside influences, but also to protect us from our own actions that may lead us astray. And again, when we consider their faces, wrathful and ferocious, think about a mother who 1 minute smiles upon a child and then quickly changes her facial expressions when she sees that the child is doing something that potentially is very dangerous and harmful for itself and others. So wrath is a different aspect of love. It's not driven by hatred or anything like that. It's just to make sure that we're purely, true to what we're meant to be doing. Stay firm, stay true to the path. And for that, we should respect those beings. So if you invite Thakru Vajrapani before we recite the Vajrayama, his feet are stretched out and he holds a Vajra on the right hand and a snake lasso on the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are admitted 5 Garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. And again, we have to remember the advice His Holiness gave, that we're not seeking to destroy the being, although it says interferers here. We should never really destroy the being. We should destroy the negative motivation that keeps the being in a certain cycle of existence that causes harm to others and itself. And in order to be liberated, this being has to change its way. The only way that can be achieved is by changing the motivation and the programming. And for that, we wish to just change the motivation of the being so that it can free itself from that samsaric cycle. We recite 7 times. Om Vajraped, Om Padmasari Ped, Nebashenaganang Taita Savrita Hanana Vajna Raksha Rakshasua, Om Vajraped, Om Padmasari Ped, Nebashenaganang Taita Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshasua, Om Vajraped, Om Padmasari Ped, Nebashenaganang Taita Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshasua, Om Vajraped, Om Padmasari Ped, Nebashenaganang Taita Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshasua, Om Vajraped, Om Padmasari Ped, Nebashenaganang Taita Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshasua. Om Vajraped, Om Padmasari Ped, Nebashenaganang Taita Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshasua, Om Vajraped, Om Padmasari Ped, Nebashenaganang Taita Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshasua. May we now call upon Black Manjushri to join. Wrathful face, 3 eyes. He has 2 hands holding a scripture on the left and a sword in the right. Is adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a massive fire. And flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside our own bodies and the bodies of all other sentient beings, purifying all negative karma, obstructions, sickness, spirits, previous notes, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. And 7 times. Tam chu chu su chu su mi su ningu la chikala jakam shantam bebe su ha. Tam chu chu su chu su mi su ningu la chikala jakam shantam bebe su ha. Tam chu chu su chu mi su ningu la chikala jakam shantam bebe su ha. Tam chu chu su chu mi su ningu la chikala jakam shantam bebe su ha. Tam chu chu su mi su ningu la chikala jakam shantam bebe su ha. Tam chu chu su mi su ningu la chikala jakam shantam bebe su. Tam chu chu su mi su ningu la chikala jakam shantam bebe su. So now, having fully prepared ourselves for the main prayers of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease, may we remind ourselves that although we here, which is part of the pandemic, we wish to liberate all beings from all sources of suffering, and all beings across all the 6 realms and all the dimensions. And we want to do that with a true heart and true motivation. And given that we have some time, again, we do the combination of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, Sakya, liberating Sakya from disease, but also combine that with another prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo from a previous life when he was the monk Pema Kapo, and he recited this prayer the Vajra words of praise to the Smalam Chenrezig for 60 years between the ages of 20 and 80, whilst doing Nungnes. So we do that, and this prayer addresses all the 6 realms. So what we do, because we have the time, we do recitations for each realm, and we should be able to do 3 recitations of the main prayer for each realm. So if you think about the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, the suffering of the mind, so we do 1 recitation for each, and then across the 6 realms. If you haven't got the time to do that many, it's important that however many you do, just doing with the purest of intentions. If you only have time for 1, don't rattle it just through. Do it really with purpose and focus, so that the benefit is there for other beings, but also that it's not just a matter of rattling down words, but really keep the intention strong and wholesome. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidan Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha. For all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, and who endure unbearable torments, there is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. So this is now the first of the 3 lower realms, the hell realm. So we do 3 recitations for the hell realms. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 spirits that uncertainty, the 40-24 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have raids and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Rakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits and uncertainty, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind, if radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Rakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, spirits, units, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 of space atom suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 with spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, spirits, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 of spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the sufferings of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 of spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasping sins and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mishands of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So these were the three lower realms. Now the three upper realms. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasping, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels. By the compassion of the Gurus, and the Jews, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasping, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that are in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasping, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose name suffer beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind, if radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease outside the minds of sending beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of God, spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of his name therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases outside the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name is therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of God. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements deprive the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 of spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 of spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attentions to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. Okay. Dedications. May be dedicated to the benefit of all other sentient beings. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes, and may they enjoy the happiness that is free from suffering. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May all sentient beings achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and never be separated from the Dharma, precious teachers, and all our very good gurus in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but all traditions around the world. For the kindness in keeping the flame of the Dharma alive and keeping the compassion going to benefit our other sentient beings by engaging in studies, giving teachings, carrying out translations, and making Dharma accessible to those who wish to follow the path. May all our brothers and sisters have long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma, precious gurus in this and all future lifetimes, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always enjoy the company in whatever form we meet them. May we also dedicate to our precious lay community, who through the kind actions of giving their time, expertise, and financial support to ensure that Dharma centers can run, events take place, and charitable projects flourish. May they all live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma and the Sangha in this and all future lifetimes, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life of all our gurus, who through their kindness have guided us along the way, tasking us with variable practices to ensure that we engage fully in benefiting all mother sentient beings. May all our gurus, if they haven't done so already, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we benefit from the guidance and presence in this and all future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May he live a long and healthy life. May we continue to benefit from his wisdom and love in this and all future lifetimes. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we see him one day be reunited with his people in Tibet. May we also dedicate to the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great vision has tasked us with prayerathon and individuals with their own practices, so that we may fully engage in being beneficial to all mother sentient beings, particularly during this particularly difficult time. May Lama Zopa's wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May he live a long and healthy life, and may we benefit from his presence in this and all future lifetimes. Due to other merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to other merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who's completely empty of existing from my own side. I have prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kuwe jingam di pennan dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo yi shape site badu tengyu hochi. Tutsu changjing yam gyun gyewe tenzing kan pewe kunzo do fo tse chokso kewe lek mun turu padak sok telje gundu shapten sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me this session. Thank you very much for your continued support of Prayerathon for the past year. If you joined us throughout the day, thank you very much. If you're joining us to support Venerable Yeshe at Chenrezig Institute, thank you very much for joining us at this late hour. Well, it's late in the UK. It's a bit earlier in Australia. So thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for continuing to host us so beautifully. Thank you very much to everyone for their support online and offline. We couldn't have done this last year without you, and it has been a great joy in these difficult times to have you all there, and that we can be of benefit to you all. So thank you very much. Venerable Yeshe, welcome.
Good morning, Venerable Damcho. How are you this morning?
Not too bad.
Evening.
Oh, that's all right. You know, it's nearly, time to get up again, isn't it? Few hours more, few hours less, half an hour earlier you say evening, half an hour later you say morning. It's technicality. How are you coping with the lockdown?
Oh, good. We find out the fate of this lockdown later today. So, but we're doing well up here. We remain very busy. Our BSP program is online, and for those of us here at the centre, of course, we can attend. So everything goes as per normal here for us. Just a double dose online and in person for us here. So all good.
I mean, the beautiful thing is you have a well-established media continue, through online. So I mean that is really, I mean that is probably also quite a benefit to your center.
Yes, we even when we're open, since we went online last year, we continue online anyway, because there's been people that have joined that can't come here anyway. So now there's, you certainly wouldn't take that away from them at all. So we are online as well as in person. Just when we're in lockdown, it's only online for those that can't be here. But yeah, it's certainly been
for you. It's just a matter of which Gompa studio am I in today.
That's it. That's it.
Lovely to see you, everybody. Have a lovely day ahead, and I see you next week. Take care.
Thank
bye
you.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
It's morning here at Chenrezig. Sun is shining, birds are singing. It's a beautiful winter's morning. It's not overly cold, but lovely. Blue sky, sunshine. So thank you again to Rinpoche. Does a wonderful job every week of keeping us all engaged with this opportunity. With the advice of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So we'll start motivation this week using the spiritual forms of worship and dependence on the basis of Thangtong Gyalpo. This is a wonderful motivation and another prayer that's advised by Lama Zopa Rinpoche during the pandemic. Incredibly, when we use this line of having our wishes be strictly fulfilled, to really be thinking of all the people that are suffering in the world, whether it be through the pandemic or for other events in their life. It really is just to ensure that we help all those that are in need, which is everybody, and including ourselves. So keep that in mind as we go through this. Supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the 5 bodies. To you, Jetsun Losandropa, I make request. Please bless me that all my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With the nature of primordially pure, clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhopikaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losandropa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Namanikaya emanations, appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Losandropa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarrelling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth, be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness to you, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make requests in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also, at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losandropa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, Son, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled.
Now we'll begin the Vajra speech of Master Thangtong Gyalpo. There's a prayer known as liberating Sati from disease. This is the main practice of our prayerathon every week. I believe the text is downloadable online, so if you're new, welcome, and you can download it there. And if you have it with you, that's wonderful. Please join in. So we'll recite this motivation together 3 times and a refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Irams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Irams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Irams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we do 3 malas of your Mani Padme Hum mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om And we'll recite the actual prayer 3 times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, the illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we do 3 more malas of the Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum.
We'll do 3 more recitations of the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, excuse me, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas,
not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll go back to Om Mani Padme Hum. Mala recitations. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we'll just do the dedications. Seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. The incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honouring the 3 sublime ones, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, live long. And here ended this session. So then Wotenda's not here yet. He's there, but he's not connected. Okay. Well, we can do some mani recitations until Venerable Tenda comes on.
He's on, but he's unmuted. He's muted.
He's muted. Maybe he's just not at his computer. Are you there, Venerable Tenda?
Hello?
Hello. Are you there, Venerable Tenda? Is his camera on? No. Okay. Is there something I can do? Mine's still on.
Maybe start. No.
So until the Tenda comes on, we can say a short verse here from the book In My Own Words, An Introduction to My Teachings and Philosophy by the 14th Dalai Lama, the Supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, and it's putting the mind at ease. And the Dalai Lama, Precious Guru, says, from my own limited experience, I have found that the greatest inner tranquility comes from developing love and compassion. The more we care for the happiness of others, the greater our own sense of well-being. Cultivating a close, warm-hearted feeling for others automatically puts our mind at ease. It helps remove our own fears and insecurities and gives us strength to face obstacles. It is the ultimate source of success in life. And from Lama Tsongkhapa, the pure motivation of bodhicitta. If renunciation is not embraced by the pure motivation of bodhicitta, it will not become a cause for the perfect bliss of unsurpassed awakening. So the wise should generate supreme bodhicitta. Beings are swept along by the powerful current of the four rivers, tightly bound by the chains of their karma, so difficult to undo, ensnared with the iron trap of their self-grasping, and enshrouded in the thick darkness of ignorance. Again and yet again, they are reborn in limitless samsara and constantly tormented by the three forms of suffering. This is the current condition of all their mothers from previous lives. Contemplate their plight and generate supreme bodhicitta. So we will do then is return to the Vajra speech of Master Thangtong Gyalpo, the training is liberating suffering from disease. And we'll recite the motivation once and go straight into a mala of a Mani Padme Hum. See where we're at there, and the tender has joined us. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum.
May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled.
Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 I think at this point we'll also recite another prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo. This aspirational prayer was made by Thangtong Gyalpo in the presence of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa. It was made at a time when Tibet, and particularly Kham, was struck by a great famine. And the power of this prayer saved the Tibetan people from the sufferings brought on by hunger and thirst. At that time, noble Avalokiteshvara poured down a rain of grains from the sky. It's just worth noting at this time with the pandemic all over the world, there are places, countries and areas in this world that are being struck with famine due to the pandemic. They're unable to get out to get food. They don't have the resources now due to the pandemic. The businesses that have lost money. There's just no resources. So people are now dying of starvation as well as the pandemic. So we'll just recite this prayer. Recite this as you will not have this one online. It is available to download online. So it's the prayer for dispelling famine by Thangtong Gyalpo. First you generated the supreme mind of unsurpassable awakening, firmly set upon the liberation of sentient beings in their infinitude. Then you perfected the two accumulations, O compassionate victorious one, you whose love embraces beings bereft of any protector in these degenerate times. Protect them without fail, for these beings plagued by hunger, thirst, difficulties and suffering. Release upon the world and the land of snows a rain of all the pleasant things that the senses can enjoy, including jewels, food, wealth, grain and bedding. Pacify harm among the four elements. Untimely wind and fire, or inauspicious rains and waters. Let grains, plants, harvests, and the like mature fully, just as in the Golden Age. Through the strength of aspirations such as these, inspired by love and kindness and compassion, May sicknesses, weapons, and famines be thoroughly pacified, and beings enjoy long life, good health, well-being, and happiness. Through the power of the compassion of the victorious ones and their heirs, and the infallible power of the interdependence of causes and results, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and flourish, and all beings swiftly reach unsurpassable awakening. Go back to the actual prayer, the blessed prayer known as the bread and coffee of common disease. Zopa Rinpoche has requested us to recite, so we'll recite this 3 times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll do another mala of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum.
We'll recite the actual prayer and then we'll do the dedications. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of praha spirits, illnesses, and the brittas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. The incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honouring the 3 jewels, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you. We got Sangye Kato, is it? Oh, good morning.
Good morning. Venerable Tendar, you look like you are ready to lead the session.
No, I'm a half an hour too late. I'm sorry. Just because I saw you already. I thought, oh, but she is in you, Sangye Kandro, you are only half an hour. And then I checked, because then I started to doubt. And then I saw, oh, I looked at the end time, 0000, but I should have started 23:30. So I'm just half an hour too late. I'm very sorry. So I'm very grateful to Venerable to take over. So thank you so much. Yeah. Venerable Yeshe, thank you so much.
Yes, no worries. Thank you. Thank you. As long as you haven't got any problems at your end.
No, I was just doing my practice, so no, I have no problem. So thank you so much. Thank you, Kadro. You can go ahead. I won't take a longer time.
Thank
from you.
It's probably bedtime for you, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. But I did not finish my commitment, so I continue.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Okay.
Yoshi.
Thank you.
So you did a full hour?
I did, yes.
Okay, so you're probably ready for a break.
Thank you. Have
Thank
a
you
good
so
session.
much. Thank you. Okay, so let's begin this next session of the prayerathon by generating a really positive, altruistic motivation for joining this session, doing these prayers and mantras. So we're doing these prayers and mantras specifically for those suffering from COVID. It's still very much a problem. Every day there are new cases of people getting COVID, and every day there are people dying from COVID. And so it's still affecting many, many, many people. There's still a huge amount of suffering as a result of this disease. So that was our main reason for doing this practice, to clear away this problem of COVID. But there's so many other kinds of suffering as well, many other diseases that people are suffering from, heart disease, cancer, and so on, hundreds of different diseases afflicting people, and other kinds of problems as well, war and fighting and hunger and homelessness, poverty, and a lot of mental suffering as well. Many people suffering from depression and loneliness, and fear and anxiety, and sense of despair and hopelessness, and so on. So there isn't a person on this planet, even the billionaires, the wealthy people, people in positions of power and wealth and so on, they have suffering too, especially mental suffering, a lot of worry, a lot of anxiety. And everyone who has a body suffers from physical discomfort and sickness, and we're all on our way to death. Every day, every minute, every second, we're getting closer to death, and that causes a great deal of suffering as well. So we open our hearts, our minds to all these people and all these beings everywhere in this world, everywhere in the universe. As long as we're in samsara, cyclic existence, then we experience suffering, different kinds of suffering. And our minds are afflicted by the causes of suffering. Karma we carry from past lives, and the afflictive emotions, greed, hatred, and ignorance, and so on, and especially ignorance. That's the main cause of all suffering, the root cause of samsara, believing there's an inherently existing I, me, here somewhere in this body-mind complex, and seeing everyone and everything else as inherently existing as well. And this is like a hallucination. So we're all caught up in this hallucination of seeing things existing in a way that they don't. And under the influence of this hallucination, we get caught up in attachment to people and things we find attractive, and we want to hold on to them and not let them go. But that's impossible. So then we just set ourselves up for suffering. And then anger, aversion, hatred, hostility towards the people and things that we don't like and we see as the cause of our suffering, when in fact they're not. And so then we get all caught up in those mental states and sometimes act them out, get into quarrels and speak harshly, hurtfully, even physically harm others. And then that way we just create more and more and more and more suffering for ourselves and for others. So it's just a really tragic situation, samsara. We're all in it together. But there is a way out, taught by the compassionate Buddha. And that is to generate the determination to be free of samsara and do the things that need to be done in order to free ourselves from samsara. And then in the Mahayana, expanding that attitude to include all other living beings and dedicate ourselves to doing what needs to be done in order to reach full enlightenment, Buddhahood, just like the Buddha did, so that then we can help all living beings, just as the Buddha is helping all living beings. So that's our ultimate long-term goal or reason for doing these practices, is creating the causes to become a Buddha, fully enlightened Buddha, for the benefit of all sentient beings. And in the meantime, while we're on our way to that goal, to help other beings as much as we can, to relieve their suffering and help them find greater peace and happiness. And whenever possible, help them make contact with the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, help them to follow the path. So imagine all those sentient beings around us right now, all in human form, doing these practices along with us. And in front of us is the Buddha, Shakyamuni Buddha. And you can also imagine many other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the space all around, all looking at us with incredible, unconditional compassion, love, all the positive states of mind, and being totally dedicated to helping us in whatever way they can. We have to be open to receive their help, but they're there, ready to help us every minute, every second. So feel that they are there in front of us as we recite these prayers of taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then we recite the mantra of Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of Compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. So you can imagine Chenrezig there in front, along with the Buddha and all the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Light is flowing from Chenrezig in all directions, and it fills our bodies and minds, the bodies and minds of all sentient beings. And this light and nectar purifies all our suffering and causes of suffering, sickness, karma, afflictive emotions, and so on. So all these get purified. And the light also nourishes our positive potential, our Buddha nature, our potential for reaching enlightenment, and all the other positive qualities we have, our love and compassion and wisdom and so on. So these get nourished so they can grow and turn into Buddha qualities, enlightened qualities in our minds. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Mani Padme, 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 Mani Padme. Mani Padme, 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Mani Mani Padme, Om 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Om. Next, we'll recite the mantra of Tara. His Holiness the Dalai Lama recommended this practice for COVID. So imagine Tara there in front, along with the Buddha and Chenrezig and all the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, like a mother looking after her small child or children. Tara is looking after all sentient beings, totally dedicated to doing whatever she can to help us be free of our suffering and its causes and to achieve happiness in its causes. So light radiates from her heart and goes in all directions to all sentient beings, filling us, clearing away suffering and its causes, and nourishing our potential for genuine happiness and its causes, all the way up to enlightenment. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. 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 Om Tare Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. 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 Om Tari Tu Tari Tari Soha. And then 21 times the mantra of Black Manju Shri. So this is also a very important practice to clear away sickness, epidemic disease. Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Solha Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Sol Om Trasa Chusa Dirtisidermis in Ingala Chokala Takam Jamdam Baby Soha. Then the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And the verse is from Master Shantideva's Bodhicharyavatara, dedicating for the welfare of all living beings. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain a notion of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, especially COVID, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And then some general dedication verses to dedicate all the merits of these prayers and practices, together with all the merits accumulated by everyone else, all beings and ordinary beings, as well as Arya beings, especially Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So all this huge, vast ocean of merit accumulated by everyone, we dedicate this to the welfare of all beings. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realize things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way, that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by the victorious ones, thus gone of the 3 times, so I might perform good works. Due to all these merits, may all the father and mother sentient beings have all happiness, and may all the lower realms be empty forever. Wherever there are bodhisattvas, may all their prayers be accomplished immediately. May I cause all this by myself alone. Due to all the merit accumulated in the 3 times by myself and others, may those beings who merely see, hear, remember, touch, or talk to me be freed in that very instant from all their sufferings and abide in happiness forever. Whatever suffering sentient beings experience, may it ripen on me. Whatever merit and its resultant happiness I have accumulated, may others experience it. And then the long life prayer. So we also dedicate the long lives of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche and all other spiritual teachers teaching the correct path to enlightenment. May they all be in good health and live very long lives. In a land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig Gyalpo, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the holder of the lotus, Lord Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And finally, to seal the dedication with emptiness. So by these merits accumulated, which are empty of existing inherently, independently, they depend on many other factors for their existence, and they're merely labeled by the mind. May the I, who is empty, but dependent on many factors to exist, and is merely labeled by the mind, quickly reach enlightenment, which is empty of existing inherently, independently, but is dependent on many, many, many different things, and is merely labeled by the mind. And lead all sentient beings who are also empty of existing inherently, independently, merely labeled by the mind, to that state of enlightenment as well. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening, Venerable Kandro. How are you?
I'm doing well.
It's always good to hear. And I was listening, and what I really like when you did Shantideva, and what I always like when you know, when we recite things, how we can adapt it to right now. You know, when he said, you know, end COVID, you know, when we brought that in. But I think that's the important bit. You know, it's very often that we just get used to just reciting the words without applying it to the situation that we need to apply it to, or consider circumstance. And I think that's always so wonderful to see, and you know, making that connection to why we're reciting what we recite and what do we want from the recitation. So yeah, lovely. Thank you very much.
Relevant. Thank you very much.
All right. Have a lovely day. Look after yourself. Be safe, and I'll see you next week, hopefully.
See you next week. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Good evening, everyone. That was Venerable Khandro. So thank you very much, everyone who joined through this session and previous sessions. Thank you very much for all your support over the last year. We're officially now starting our second year with Prayerathon, and yeah, it's just wonderful to see that continued support throughout, and also, you know, as we always said, I have to remind myself often that when we recite prayers, it's so easy to just, okay, I quickly have to recite this, but actually, what do we want to achieve with a prayer? You know, for us, for others, what's the meaning behind it? What's the purpose of us saying it? If it just becomes a routine, then it's not as effective. So it's lovely to see adaptations. And again, you know, when we recite things, we might not always have the time to maybe do tons of recitations, but then at least do the few recitations that you have time for with purest intention to make it count. And it's also nice to see that you know, we have the continued support online. And we had last week somebody signing up under the heading Lost Hope. This week we have somebody under the heading of Lonely. And you know, people are struggling, and it's nice to know that they can come here and feel that there's something they can take away from. It's lovely to see also people responding, you know, with messages saying, you know, I'm sure you will be included in many prayers. And you know, with a lonely and lost hope, I don't know whether you are the same, just, you know, using different texts, different times, depending on emotional state. If you're the same person, you know, it's fine. If you're different people, that's perfectly all right. You know, you're always welcome here. We always, you know, include you in our prayers. And this is not just purely about, oh, it has to be COVID related. Suffering exists in many levels, and we wish to alleviate suffering in whatever form it exists for as many beings as we possibly can. So if our prayers can give you that little bit of extra support to get through the day, the week, you know, so please, you know, feel free to come here and take that positive energy into your life, and don't make any rush decisions or permanent decision on temporary problems. You know, you're always welcome here, but if life becomes too much, you know, do seek the help of your physicians or lifeline, whatever is available to you out there. So thank you very much for everyone who has shown support online, to everyone who sort of requested prayers. It's nice to know that also takes place, so that we're building the community, not just, you know, from the lead's perspective, but actually that you out there are engaging with one another and taking care of one another. So that is wonderful to watch and to observe. So thank you very much. Now we only got another about 25 minutes before Venerable Anjumir takes over. So without me wasting time on going off tangent now and talking about this, talking about that. I think the main thing we have really covered here, you know, the joy that I see is by the community really reaching out to support one another. That is just a wonderful, wonderful thing to observe. You know, even when people go through difficult times, and I think that is the important bit, you know, how we go through, you know, difficult times. It's very easy to just shy away and, you know, I don't want to get involved, but it's actually nice to have that, that support that used to exist in communities. While back in modern life, we're so busy living just online, but, you know, in lockdown situations, it also has brought certain benefits to connect on different levels across the world. So let's use things wisely. Okay, so if you take a moment just to refocus, take a few deep breaths. And again, just a few lines from the King of Prayers. They said, focus and motivation. May I ease the sufferings in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide our wonders and samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So maybe add to that the four immeasurables. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in the great equanimity, free from attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. If you're visualizing the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, light emanating from his body in all 10 directions and across the 6 realms. If you had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. For those of you who follow us from a different religious path, visualize the deity most closely associated with love and compassion, and those of you who do not wish to engage in deities, just visualize a clear light above the crown of your head or in the space in front of you. And let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings, no exceptions. Visualize our light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, entering their bodies to the crown of their heads, filling them with love, compassion, and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes, cleansing atom by atom and the space between the atoms. Recognizing that we have done much harm through the actions of body, speech, and mind over past lifetimes, may we acknowledge our fault to all mother sentient beings and the Guru, and ask our mother sentient beings for forgiveness, and make the promise that from now on we move forward with our best intentions to only commit to wholesome actions that benefit mother sentient beings and not to cause them any harm. And trusting in the Guru and trusting the Dharma, we call upon mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru, so that they may be liberated from the cycle of samsara and therefore being freed from suffering. All sentient beings from our mothers who are infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings from our mothers who are infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings from our mothers who are infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having invited Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have taken the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies, cleansing away more and more of the negative karma and delusions of our past lifetimes. And more of our true nature, our body nature, Buddha nature is revealed. And as more and more of the karmas, negative karma is being removed, we begin to glow and start to exchange light back to the Guru and receive back the light back from the Guru. We also begin to exchange light with all other sentient beings. We're all becoming one with the Guru, becoming one with one another. We become one mind stream. We become one source of love and compassion, and shine brightly for those who are still lost in the dark. And again, we recognize that so much suffering was caused by the actions of our body, speech, and mind represented by Om. In order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padme, and combine those in Om to transform into the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru, also represented by Om. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings, bearing in mind the meaning of the mantra itself. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. also call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us in this session to help remove any obstacles that may arise throughout the session, or any obstacles that may hinder finding an antidote to this pandemic and other sources of sufferings. And if Vishnu's Great Mother Tara displays in front of us, emerald green in color, red light radiating from our body, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings, giving those beings whatever support is needed to overcome their individual obstacles. As we recite the mantra, again we remember that Om represents holy body, speech and mind of Tara herself. Tara liberates from samsara. Tara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt and miserliness. And Tura liberates from disease and illnesses, both physical and mental. And we recite one mala. Taritu Taritu Soha, Taritu Taritu Soha, Taritu Taritu Soha, Taritu Taritu. Taritu Taritu. Taritu Taritu. Taritu Taritu Soha, Taritu Taritu. Taritu Taritu. Taritu Taritu. Taritu. Taritu Taritu. Taritu Taritu. Taritu Taritu. Taritu Taritu. Maybe now recite the main prayer, Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. We have time. Yeah, we should be able to do 3 recitations. Let's dedicate each recitation, one for the suffering of the body, one for the suffering of speech, one for the suffering of the mind. May all those beings, may all Mother Sentient beings who are affected by this pandemic and other forms of diseases, forms of suffering, may restore to good health. If they're affected by illness, may those who have passed beyond into the bardo be reborn under favorable conditions. And may those who are affected by other hardships be given whatever resources are required to restore themselves into a state of happiness that is free from suffering, so they may be able to take care of themselves, their family and friends, and the community at large, and ultimately all Mother Sentient beings. May all the diseases in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions such as the harms of grasping sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by cured chronic to their epidemic diseases. May son of whose name self for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 who spits at uncertainty, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness. May those sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasping sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits at uncertainty, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have rays and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time, really from the bottom of your heart. Visualize how the causes of suffering are being removed, destroyed. This is right down to the seed causes, so that they don't give rise again for more suffering to emerge. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma, temporary conditions such as the hounds of grass, pigeons, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names there are beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 of spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have rains and balm, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. So, dedications, may we dedicate to the well-being of all mother sentient beings. May all beings be freed from suffering and its causes. All sentient beings enjoy a state of happiness that is free from suffering. May we be the cause for them to be free of all suffering. May we also be the cause for them to be happy and live long and healthy lives and reach enlightenment in this and our future lifetimes. May we dedicate also to the precious Sangha community, not just our own, but all traditions around the world, for keeping the flame of Dharma alive by engaging in studies, giving teachings themselves, and helping to translate the precious teachings of the Buddha and other great scholars to make it accessible to the community at large. May all our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma and precious teachers, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the wonderful lay community who, through the kind actions of giving their time, expertise, and financial support, enable Dharma centers to continue to run and offer service to the communities, for events to take place and charitable projects to flourish. May all our brothers and sisters in the lay community never be separated from the Sangha, precious teachers, and the teachings. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and always live long and healthy lives in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to our precious Gurus who, through their kindness, have shown us the path and engaged us in practices to be of benefit to all mother sentient beings. If they haven't done so already, may they live long and healthy lives and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May you never be separated from the wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate in particular to the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who's a great beacon of love and compassion to all mother sentient beings. May we always benefit from his wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see him one day be reunited with his people in Tibet. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche through his vision of guiding us to do this prayerathon and other practices, to really get absorbed in pure practices to benefit all mother sentient beings. And by doing so, has allowed us to come closer together as a community, not just as a community of Sangha, but as a community of practitioners around the world, so that when we benefit other sentient beings across the time zones, may Lama Zopa live long and healthy lives, and may we benefit from his wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. Due to other merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly stay in the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, or may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kuvishinga di vendang deva malu jongwen Chenrezig Gyalpo Prayer Bodo Thank you. Chil Chang Jing Yam Gun Gawe Tan Kan Pawe Kun Zo Dok Po Tse Chok Som Kawe Lek Mun Tu Tu Ba Dak Sok Del Je Gun Do Sham Tan Cho. Thank you very much, everybody who joined me this evening. Thank you, everyone who joined Prayerathon throughout the day. And if you're staying on for the final session with Venerable Anjamir, who should be with us shortly. Thank you very much for your continued support and the wonderful people behind the scenes. We can't thank enough. Chenrezig Institute for continuing to host us so diligently, and also the office staff at the IMI office, for keeping everybody up to date. And the news, and all the wonderful Sangha who has helped to make Prayerathon what it is. A year on, it still hasn't lost its appeal and its warmth. If anything, I think warmth has grown more and more. The wonderful compassion that is shown, and also, as I said earlier, it's wonderful to see that when somebody posts a comment online, for feeling a bit down and out, that others seem to be, providing comforting words. So it's great to see, that we are reaching out and that a difference is being made somewhere down the line. So thank you very much to everyone. And hello, Venerable Angie.
Hello, Venerable. It's us again.
Sorry?
It's us again. We meet again.
Yes, we meet again. It's wonderful, isn't it? It's always nice. I mean, it's you do the important job now. You round it all up. You're the icing on the cake, or the cherry on the cake now, isn't it? So
have you watched the Rinpoche's thank you and the transmissions?
Yes, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I think
I just watched it this morning when I was doing the water bowl, so I need to watch it again. I'll
yeah.
watch it a couple of times.
No, because she is quick, isn't he? God blimey! I mean, he talks so fast. And was it Venerable Sarah? She was listening to something he was doing. Was it? I don't think it was this one. It was something else. And she was saying to Venerable Joan, he said, God, when Joan said, he took one breath and he never stopped talking. And he was like, and I think Venerable Sarah, she said, yeah, I had to, when I revisited, I had to slow down the speed and I set to 75 and I still missed a lot of things. You know, when Rinpoche is in flow, he's in flow, isn't he? And I have no idea how Joan keeps up typing. You know, it's just.
You know, I did that job when Rinpoche came to London the last time. I did the transcribing because they didn't bring Joan over.
Yeah.
So myself and Alison did it. We shared because to do, I mean, the initiations were going for hours and it was like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning.
What is time?
Yeah, I know, for Rinpoche. So we would share 1.5 hours each, but I mean, there's no way we could do it like Joan.
No.
We did what we could. We just did our best.
I mean, it's.
Yeah, it's quite incredible what she does.
Yeah,
I mean, you know what? Shortcuts as well, you know.
Yeah.
So, because she's got a lot of things that she says all the time. You just need to put in 1 or 2 letters, and then it comes up like all sentient beings and transmigratory. But it would be TB. You just put that in, you know. But you have to memorize all that. You see. So
yeah, but still, you know, I mean, even if you think about somebody in an office, you know, the old days when they did sort of shorthand and audio typing, and you think, oh, they're quick. I mean, what, 70 minutes a word, 80 minutes, 80 words, 80 minutes a word? What I'm talking about, that would be quite a slow type, wouldn't it? But 80 words a minute or something like that. And I mean, it's just. And then she goes back and corrects in it as well and goes back to the flow. I'm always sort of like, I have no idea how you do this. You know, it's just incredible. I mean, she said this speak out, but I mean, still, you know, just to stay in the flow.
Yeah, and to do it for so many hours. I mean, when Alison and I did it, I could do it for about 1.5 hours, and then my mind just couldn't do it anymore. You know.
Yeah.
She does it for, and even then we couldn't get all the words or anything, but she does it for hours on it. You know, like. Okay, these teachings are 1.5 hours, but when it's in retreats, it can be 4 hours, 5 hours. You're just constantly.
Yeah.
That's a lot of concentration. I mean, to keep concentrated like that, it's really intense. It's a bit like translating, you know, when you have to do simultaneous translation for Rinpoche. Some of the nuns and some of the monks do that. And they have to just sit there for 4 or 5 hours and simultaneously translate through their mic, you know, for whoever's in. That's also incredible.
Yeah.
That's even harder because you're having to translate.
I mean, this is the bit. If somebody asks you, you know, we're doing this particular thing, we're going through their practice. At least you can get the script out and you can sort of put yourself some notes down. But as you said, live, it's you don't know what's coming out. You have to be there, isn't it? It's just incredible.
And with Rinpoche, you never know what Rinpoche's going to teach anyway. You
No.
know, you never, you know. Yeah, no, it is incredible. But I think when you're with Rinpoche, I mean, I felt like when I was with Rinpoche, you get some blessing, so your mind's better than it usually is. You know, you get this sharpness. Because I mean, to be able to do that at 1, 2 in the morning, there's no way I would normally be able to do that. And for 4 or 5 nights.
Oh. Hello. Are you there, Angie?
I mean, the initiation at Jamyang took 5, always over midnight.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. You just sort of briefly bust out. So you're back now.
Anyway, there's some sort of blessing that you have to get for the guru, otherwise it's not possible.
Yeah. just to meet the guru, isn't it? It's like, oh, bless. I better let you get on. I'm sure you have other duties to perform after.
Do the 3 prayers because Rinpoche gave the loon, you know, of those 3 prayers, so I might start doing 3 of them.
Yes.
And then on Mani Padme Hums.
You know what? It's all approved by Rinpoche. So ultimately, you know, if that's how we, you know, I mean, someone said, oh, what about King of Prayers? If you feel that fits in, fit it in, you know. It's
to emphasize the Omanis, you know, he was really thanking us for doing that, you know. So I thought, well, I might do a few more than I was usually doing and just do less prayer. I was repeating the prayer, the Sakya, you know, liberating Sakya from disease more, but I might just do 1 or 2 repetitions of that and do more manis, you know.
Yeah. I think that sometimes also, you know, how do you feel that day? Where do you want to put the emphasis, isn't it? I mean, sometimes I do more of the Sakyas and then sometimes I bring in the Guardians and sometimes it depends I think you get to feel what is needed at the time and what also works best from your energy. So Angie, over to you.
Okay.
I'm sure you do a fine rounding up of the day. Thank you very much. I'll see you next week, hopefully. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, let's take a moment just to clarify our motivation. Renew your motivation if you've been joining already, or just to clarify, start and just bring about the motivation. So as Rinpoche, Lama Zopa Rinpoche always says, try to feel more and more deeply as we do our practice and meditation that the purpose of our life is to free all sentient beings from suffering and the causes of suffering. So even if it's just a small suffering that we're liberating them from, that's, fulfilling that purpose, just from giving medicine, giving some sort of help, physical aid, but ultimately we want to be able to have all the qualities, all the realizations, to free all sentient beings from the deeper levels of suffering and their causes, karma and delusion. So we're doing this prayer and this practice, and the Omani Pemi Homes that are very powerful for generating compassion, purifying our negative karma, and developing bodhicitta. Of course, that's our goal. The bodhicitta, the two types of bodhicitta that we want to develop are all sentient beings. So this is why we're doing this practice. So I'm going to start today and do some of the prayer of the Sakya, just do it 2 times through with some Omani Pemi Homes, and then recite the other 2 prayers that Rinpoche gave the transmission of. The speech of the Mahasiddhi, Thangtong Gyalpo, a request to pacify the fear of famine, and words of truth pacifying the danger of weapons. So I want to include those 2 today as well. But between the 2 recitations of the prayer liberating Sakya from disease, we'll do 500 nuns each time. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Oh, money pay me, money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Oh, money pay me, 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 money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money. Money pay me, money pay me, money pay me, money pay me, money pay me. Oh, money pay me, money pay me. Money baby, my 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 money baby, 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 oh money baby, oh my money baby. Oh money baby, oh my money baby, oh my money baby, oh my oh money baby, oh my 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 money baby, oh. All the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, and your sound whose names terrifies beings, as those who have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. I'll do one more time. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakai. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakai. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakai. Oh money baby, oh my 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 money baby. Oh money baby, oh my money baby. Oh money baby, oh money baby, oh money baby. Oh money baby, oh my money baby, oh my money baby, oh money baby, oh money baby. Oh money baby, oh my money baby, oh money baby. Oh money baby, oh my money. Oh money baby, oh my 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 money baby. Oh money baby, 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 oh money baby. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, and the shrine of whose names terrifies beings, as though they may be placed inside the mouth of Gyalpo, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by 8,000 class of Thangtong interferers, 360 with spirits harmed suddenly, with 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiant and powering be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. May the compassionate gurus and triple gem, with the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and with the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So now we're going to do the words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. Recite that. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, are you sublime, compassionate eye, looking one. Wrathful, victorious eye, grieve, a perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge, whose holy name eliminates all dangers upon mere hearing. You are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great rain of loving kindness on the transmigrated beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and the result, and be miraculously born in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and have not sickness to stop all the quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in the inhabitants for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality which is pure in nature, and portraying cause and result which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So the next one is a request to pacify the fear of karma. Having generated the mind of aspiring to the high supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 collections. The assembly of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Prachika Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Sakinis, and Dharma guardians, the 10 directions, Yaksha of God, the Lords of Treasure, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings with degenerate times of love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth on this world's land of snows. Or we could say on this world. Please pacify the harms of 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of loving compassion. May the aim of sickness, fighting, and famine be passed by. May we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and the children, the force and infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. So I think we've got a bit more time. We'll just add on another 3 malas on Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. So now we'll do the 2 main short dedications. Nama Sangye Gyurne Drova Jigyang Malupa Deye Saladu Barshu Chanchu Sencho Rinpoche Magi Panam Gyushi Yeva Nyamba Mevayang Gone Gonde Belvarshu. And then a brief long life prayer for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Chitengam dir pende malupa ganle junme sambel yishinu karin sume tenzin yatsojo kutse tenshin and then we're going to do the one for Rinpoche that was composed by Kyabje. Through eliminating all your appearances to dispel the darkness, your clear mind knows 84,000 of Dharma, the power of the remedy to the 84,000 illusions. You're proclaiming dependent arising itself as a victorious in battle with the Maras. I worship the supremely kind great Vajradhara on my crown. Clarifying scripture and realization, the teachings of Minu, you spread and illuminate those teachings wherever they have not yet spread in the world. Having become an actual son of the conquerors, you bear hardships with patience, and your continuum is the realization of the perfection of wisdom, subtle dependent arising. Precious jewel, Lord, possessing loving compassion, who liberates upon seeing, treasure of mastery of the all arising interpretive and definitive scriptures. Supremely great among the great, fully comprehending and clarifying the meaning of emptiness and compassion. You guide all beings in the path to liberation, perfectly qualified spiritual friend, my Guru, please remain forever. She who protects from the fears of 3 times Ayatara, please increase the lifespan and activities of the beings who preserve the holy Dharma. and always without separation develop their spontaneous actions by the infallible deities, the three roots may all be auspicious. Then we'll do the multiplying mantras, since it's the last session of the day. Jomdende Dejinje Para Jombaya Dabazobe Sangi Namba Nanzi Yogi Gabula Shakselu Chanji Zemba Zemba Jemba Kundu Zambula Shakselu Tayada Om Benche Griba Ava Bodini Suha Om Duru Duru Jaya Miti Suha Tayada Om Benche Griba Ava Bodini Suha Om Duru Duru Jaya Miti Suha Tayata Om Benjagriva Vapodini Soha Om Duru Duru Jaya Miki Soha Tayata Om Benjagriva Vapodini Soha Om Duru Duru Jaya Miki Soha Tayata Om Benjagriva Vapodini Soha Om Duru Duru Jaya Miki Soha Tayata Om Benjagriva Vapodini Soha Om Duru Duru Jaya Miki Soha Tayata Om Benjagriva Vapodini Soha Om Duru Duru Jaya Miki Soha Jomdende Dejin Shibara Jombayanda Vasobe Sangi Mengele Bichuri Ogye Gyalpo Shakselu Jomdende Dejin Shibara Jombayanda Vasobe Sangi No Wanda Monlam Tanchi Raptu Drupi Gyalpo Shakselu. Due to the blessings they victorious ones in their sons, the truth infallible depends on the rising, the power of my pure special attitude, taking responsibility. May all the aims of my pure prayers be accomplished. And then finally take a moment to contemplate emptiness, dedicating an emptiness, sealing the merits, sealing the goals, like anger, heresy. Due to these merits, the merits of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and sentient beings 3 times, which are empty from the inside. May the eye, which is empty from the inside, quickly achieve enlightenment, which is empty from the inside, and lead all sentient beings who are empty from their own side to that enlightenment by myself alone, which is also empty from its own side. And we can just rejoice that we've completed another 24-hour session of manis and prayers for all sentient beings, healing, peace and happiness up to enlightenment. How wonderful it is. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being tech person. Billions, zillions, as Rinpoche says.